Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Squirrels of the world, unite! Squirrel call initiated. All right, guys, we are back and better than ever. We've got internet, we've got AC. Shout out to Barry, my landlord, who fixed it himself because he's awesome. Hi, Maisha, happy to see you. Dude, we had the best time, didn't we, on the last live stream? Hopefully our new friend will be here. Hopefully we didn't scare him off or her off. Squirrel Crew World Tour. Fuck yeah, it is. That's right. Here we are. We're going to take over the world. Squirrels unite. I am so curious for people who weren't there and were watching on Replay Crew if they watched that or not. Because, I always timestamp everything. And I put a timestamp there, big fucking tangent coming ahead. Because it's understandable if people, want to just get to the rest of the trial. But I'm curious for when people start filtering on in, if they on Replay Crew, if they watch that. I hope they did, because honestly, it was amazing. We had so much fun, and we got to see the flying guy, little man. Hi, Candace! Shout out to Candace. He believed, and he could fly. He could fly and he could swim. And he went all over tarnation, as they say. He went to Wisconsin. He went to the Great Lakes. He went to Bermuda. He went to Alaska. Shout out to DSN. DSN and Candace, if you guys watched on replay the last episode from Ezra, did y'all watch the whole tangent? The Squirrel Crew World Tour tangent, as it were. That was amazing. It was so much fucking fun. And how crazy was it how our new friend found us, right? I just will never, that is wild. That was the wildest of all the ways. That's got to be the wildest possible story of how somebody came upon that live stream. Right? We went so squirrely. We went so squirrely. We squirreled hard. We squirreled really hard. DSN, did you see it? Oh, hold on. I've got to do this real quick here. For DSN, our dear friend DSN.
Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth.
This is a chicken.
It's a guinea.
I know I say this every time, but I love how you can hear them clucking in the background. It's just so funny. So I hope you all have had a good week. It feels like forever. It hasn't been that long, but it feels like forever. I guess especially because since the internet was out for like a long ass time, for the whole entire state, Charter Spectrum, which is like the internet provider for, I would say, the vast majority of people in the state, the entire North Carolina hub was down. So that was fun. And meanwhile, it was like a bazillion degrees in here. It was like literal hell. It's fine. DSN said he watched the first one, not the second one. Okay. Well, we were going to have another episode of Ezra tomorrow. So for y'all who need to catch up, make sure you do catch up. So you're up to speed for tomorrow. Dude, I am just loving working on this project because there's just so much. Like Maisha, I know, for example, I know you had watched that, the special on it or whatever. And it's like, there is so many interesting things. Like, we were just looking at the mud and like where the car was there, dude, there are so many interesting things coming up as they go through the evidence that was found at scene. That's like, holy fuck, what? And it's just like, oh my God, I can't wait. Hi, Kathleen. Happy you're here. Shout out to Puerto Rico, by the way. Huge fucking shout out to Puerto Rico. Love it. I'm trying to think if there's songs about Puerto Rico. Bermuda, Bahamas, come on, pretty. I don't know if they say Puerto Rico in that song. But yes, so this trial that we heard is full of deja vu because everybody takes a stand twice. All the major players, right? Dr. Curry, Dr. Hughes, which we haven't gotten her second time yet, but we will. Johnny and Amber. And I can't remember if there's anyone else who comes on twice, but that's already a lot. So we did see Dr. Curry's return, and today we're going to get to Johnny Depp's return. I know, right? Yeah, no, seriously, because I was like, hold on, this does not compute. But yes, that was really funny. And again, the timestamps are like, guys, I thought it was blood. It's not blood. Like I put it in the timestamps. So in case anybody, I don't want anyone else to have to go through the confusion that I went through temporarily. And also, shout out to Maisha for doing this the right way. Look at what she said correctly. Blood spatter and mud splatter. Well done, Maisha. 1,000 squirrel points for you for knowing that it's blood spatter and not splatter, and that it is mud splatter. Excellent. Well done. Well done. Well done. So yes, so we are here for a replay or a Johnny Depp ×2 situation. But before we get into that, did you guys see the verdict for the ballerina trial? I would imagine some of you guys did. Because that was pretty crazy. Jury's will surprise you, right? That was so insane. If anybody knows a song about Puerto Rico, let me know. But now I have that stuck in my head. Kokomo. Get there fast and then we'll take it slow. That's where we want to go. Boom, boom, boom. Down, Kokomo. I need to clone myself so I can do all the different parts at once. That'd be weird, wouldn't it, if I was cloned? Ugh, yuck. Terrible idea. Take it back. DSN says he saw the verdict, but not much of the trial. Yeah. I know Maisha was following it. Kathleen, Candace, were you guys following the trial? It's so crazy the number of like self-defense type cases that are going on right now. Like there's another one. Where is it? Oh, it's in fucking Wisconsin, I think, right now. The one about the dude that got punched at the bar for his tattoos or whatever. It's another self-defense trial. Affirmative defense, self-defense. I think there's another one too. It's pretty crazy. The other thing that's funny is that it's in, I'm pretty sure it's in Wisconsin, which is like wild, right? Because like, Wisconsin. Yeah, the ballerina trial, right? It was also self-defense, correct? Christina Ricci, whatever, in Massachusetts, also. I believe that was also self-defense. I haven't watched any of that, but yeah. So, all right. Well, let us jump in as Johnny Depp returns to the stand for more because he just couldn't get enough the first time.
All right, thank you. Are we ready for the next witness? Or do you
Yes,
want
we
to
call Mr. Depp.
Okay.
Mr. Depp taking the stand. Here he comes with his coffee.
All right.
Excellent. Very good.
So just a reminder, you're still under oath, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir.
Right. Yeah. Candace, that was the only one I could think about. And I literally, we're on the same page with that. Definitely. Puerto Rico. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I don't remember the rest of the words apart from that, but I know exactly what you're talking about. But I was like, I don't know if that's the song I want to go with, but yes. Unless Kathleen supports it, then sure, we'll sing it. Good point, Maisha.
Good morning, Mr. Depp.
Good morning.
There he is.
We heard a lot about some statements that Mr. Waldman made. Do you remember that?
Oh boy.
Yes,
And Mr. Waldman is your attorney or was your attorney?
yes.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1245?
Puerto Rico.
And this is already in evidence, so permission to please
Yes.
publish. If we could scroll down to the second page. Mr. Depp, do you see the statement here attributed to Mr. Waldman?
Yes, I do.
When's the first time that you saw this statement?
Yeah.
All right.
And they're wasting no time with a sidebar. Oh, that's right. Well, good to see Rottenborn again. Oh boy. Spicy, 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 spicy. All right. Let's pull up this here sidebar. And look, here it is, ready to go. Sidebar. The court. Is this going to attorney-client Mr. Rottenborn? It sure is. Yep, they refused to let him answer. Ms. Meyers. This question was never answered, never asked, and it was never answered. There was no attorney-client privilege asserted to this specific question, never asked. Mr. Rottenborn. This question still goes into the argument of whether or not Mr. Depp had authorized Mr. Waldman, and they didn't let him answer any questions on that. So I think even going to this is inappropriate. Ms. Meyers. This question was never asked, Your Honor, and certain questions he did answer. He answered when the court. I believe the motion in limine was any question that he asserted attorney-client privilege will not be elicited at trial. Mr. Rottenborn, I think it goes broader than that to the subject matter. The court. That's not what the motion in limine said, was it, Mr. Rottenborn? No, I'm not representing that. I'm saying my argument here is that it shouldn't have to be phrased the exact same way for it to go to subject matter. I don't know about that. The court. They're not going to change just an and or a to, but it's a different question. We can go from there, Mr. Rottenborn. All right, the court. He didn't assert attorney-client privilege for it. Mr. Rottenborn, okay, I'll be at the ready. You guys, look, I'll be at the ready. Oh boy, the court, okay. Back to open court. Oh God, Amp, look at her. Ugh, yuck. With her swirly hairdo. S is for stupid. Sorry. I wonder what he was laughing about or smiling about.
We can pull the exhibit back up. Thank you. Mr. Depp, when is the first time that you saw this statement by Mr. Waldman?
The first time that I ever saw this statement was in August.
Oh, for sure.
It was when the piece was when she August 2020 when I was countersued by Ms. Heard. This is the first time that I saw any of these statements.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1246? And this is also already in evidence.
All right.
Thank you. If we could scroll down to the second page or the third, perhaps. Thank you. Mr. Depp, do you see this statement that's attributed to Mr. Waldman here?
Glasses.
I do.
And when is the first time that you saw these statements?
Same when the countersuit was filed.
Shout out to Black Witter as well.
And could we please go to Defense Exhibit
Love you
1247?
guys. Y'all are the best.
And again, this is already in evidence.
Yeah, now that we've got some more squirrel friends joining, I do have a question. Did anybody watch the second episode of Ezra on Replay Crew? And if so, did you guys watch the huge ass fucking tangent where we did the Squirrel Crew World Tour? Look, I said it correctly that time without any stumbling. So it is a lot of alliteration there. So
And if we could scroll down, please. Thank you.
Elaine's face.
Mr. Depp, do you see the statement attributed to Mr. Waldman?
I do indeed, yes.
And when's the first time that you saw this statement?
Sorry.
This is the same. It's the counterclaim to August
That's right.
2020.
Here we come, guys. Here we come.
After you saw these statements for the first time, did you form an understanding as to where they appeared?
I didn't, as to where they had appeared, the statements.
In what publication?
No, off the bat, I didn't know exactly. It just seemed like a lot of word salad to me.
Excellent.
I didn't know where they'd come from, or I mean, where they ended up. Or
Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that you did not assist her in getting her role in Aquaman?
yes, I do. Yes.
Oh boy.
And what is your response to that?
Oh boy.
It's not exactly true.
It's bullshit.
Do you know when Ms. Heard first auditioned for Aquaman?
Strangely, I know the date. Yes, I do know the date, because I was scheduled with my band, the Hollywood Vampires. We had done 2 shows at the Roxy, which is a place in Los Angeles, to rehearse for we were invited to play at the Rock and Rio
You could probably object to this. Rottenborn could.
concert, which is
Or
a
will
huge rock and roll festival.
He might.
So we did the 2 shows to go to Rio and play there. Miss Heard wanted to come with me, and Whitney, her sister, had come as well. While we were there in Rio, we were rehearsing, getting ready for the show. Miss Heard informed me that she would have to get back to Los Angeles for an audition, meaning it's basically after our 2-hour show or whatever, we would have to get on the plane immediately to make it back to Los Angeles for this audition. And that audition was at Warner Brothers. It was whatever film it was.
And when were you performing at the Rock in Rio?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that was I believe it was the 24th of September.
In what year?
That was 15.
Well, the way he says whatever film it was, like he doesn't even want to say it. That's fucking hilarious.
What do you understand happened after Ms. Heard auditioned for Aquaman?
After Ms. Heard's audition, or possibly auditions for Warner Brothers and I suppose the creative team, Ms. Heard expressed to me that the film was going to be, Warner Brothers had said that the film was going to be shooting in Australia. And Australia was for Ms. Heard, that was a potential problem, which...
Objection, Your Honor. We approach.
Okay.
Oh boy. Okay. Time for another sidebar. Sidebar time. Sidebar. Right. Yeah. He could have even just been like, that was like non-responsive, but to give that whole story, but it's okay. All right, here we go. Sidebar. Sidebar time. All right. The court. You rang? Sorry, she says, yes. You rang? Mr. Ottenborn. I don't know where he's going to go with this testimony on the problem. We already know where this is going. But if he's going to talk about the dog issue and the visas in Australia, by what we can call this Australia dogs, Your Honor has already made a couple of rulings, I believe, in this case that's a collateral issue. That's something that's not coming in the court. At the motion limine, I said I wouldn't allow it in testimony, but then Miss Bretta Hoft, in her opening statements, kind of threw everything out. Well done, Elaine. Good job. Way to go. Way to fuck everything up. Mr. Rottenborn, about an Australia dog? I don't know. He even says an Australia dog. That's fucking funny. The court about the dog poop in Australia. Mr. Onborn, no, that's a different dog. The court, oh, that's different. So many dogs, so much poop, you know. Mr. Onborn, she addressed the dog poop on the bed. Believe me, I wish that hadn't. The court. Yes, okay, so you're just talking about the dog getting into Australia. Mr. Onborn, Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp had brought dogs to Australia. The court, right, I understand that, Mr. Onborn, but that, Your Honor, has been kept out, Ms. Meyers. So, Your Honor, I assure you that he understands he cannot, Mr. Onborn, he just said, Ms. Meyers, yes, he understands he can't reference like the legal issue. He's going to say that there's an issue generally. Mr. Rottenborn, he just testified that there's a problem with her getting in Australia. That goes over the line, Ms. Meyers. I don't believe that that's true, Your Honor. I understood Your Honor's ruling. We tried to get in the fact of her pleading guilty to the false form issue, and we understand that that's the court. He's saying there were problems. What else is he going to say, Ms. Meyers? He's just explaining that because there was a problem, he was asked to intercede with Warner Brothers. That makes sense to me. The court, he was asked, Ms. Meyers, to intercede with Warner Brothers. I assure you that he's not going to touch the specific issue at all. The court, intercede with Warner Brothers? I have no idea what that means. Fair. Mr. Rottenborn, I have no idea what that means either. Even just saying there was a problem, I think runs afoul. Also, you could say runs amok. The court, I think saying there was a problem is fine. We're not going into what the problem was or anything about Ms. Heard. Ms. Meyers, yes, Your Honor. The court, okay, that's fine, Mr. Rottenborn. And then there's, okay, if he was asked to intercede, the court, with Warner Brothers, Mr. Rottenborn, who's he going to testify he was asked by other than Ms. Heard? Ms. Meyers, Amber, he's just saying that Ms. Heard, my understanding is he got this information from Ms. Heard, which wouldn't be hearsay as it's a statement of a party opponent. Mr. Rottenborn, well, we can take it as it comes. The court, take it one at a time. Mr. Rottenborn, okay, appreciate it. The question is he still going to be on the ready? Sorry. All right, cool. Coolio. Smiling again. Interesting. I wonder who he's smiling at or what he's. Oh my God! Look at dude, y'all. Look at how annoying this is. Watch. Yeah. What is she saying? Okay, hold on. I want to try to do like an impression kind of thing. Hold on. Oh, Elaine, you're so funny. You're so funny, Elaine. Sorry. That's, you guys know how my impressions go. So, yeah. I don't think it's, I'm trying to think what she's saying. That's so funny, Elaine. Drink some more coffee. He's winking. Now he's got a wink happening. I know, right? Blackwater said besties. Yeah. There are two peas in a pod. A couple of bird brains.
I apologize, Mr. Depp. Could you please continue? What happened after Ms. Heard auditioned for Aquaman?
I was informed by Ms. Heard that the film was going to be shooting in Australia, and that was of concern to her, and because it was of concern,
right,
to Warner Brothers. So she asked if I would, because I'd had a multi, for a few years I'd had a multi-film deal with Warner Brothers.
I think they know what it is. I think they know what.
So we've been in business together. So I knew these people. I'd been on films with them. So she asked me if I would speak to them. I made a phone call and I spoke to.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I don't believe he said anything. I think he was going to say who he spoke to.
All right, we'll see. Overruled at this point.
He's on the ready, guys.
I spoke to the three upper echelon Disney Warner executives, Kevin Tsujihara, Sue Kroll, and Greg Silverstein. And I told them that.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What was the result of you speaking with those individuals?
Well, I can only say that ultimately she did get the job in the film. So hopefully I suppose I had curbed their worries to some degree.
Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that she saw you consume 8 to 10 MDMA pills while you were in Australia in March of 2015?
Yes, I do remember that.
How
I
many?
also remember her saying that I took a handful.
Objection beyond the scope. Question.
Sorry, that was extra
All
residue.
right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
No, that was extra.
How many times have you done MDMA in your life, Mr. Depp?
We love it.
Actually, not that many times. I would say in my lifetime, maybe in my lifetime, MDMA 6, 7, maybe.
And how much MDMA have you done on those occasions?
Not enough to properly. Well, not enough to properly experience what the chemicals are supposed to do to you.
Have you ever consumed 8 to 10 MDMA pills at once?
No, ma'am. No, I have not.
And why is that?
Because I'd be dead.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure I'd be dead. I think one would die. Yes.
Tennis
Um,
girl, dude, haven't seen you in so
probably
long.
rather quickly.
Here.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you some pictures from the home in Australia that Ms. Heard testified about.
Sure.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1817, which is already in evidence? Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I do. That's the downstairs bar of the house we rented in Australia.
And can you please show the jury where you were sitting when Ms.
Awesome.
Heard threw
We love the lurkers.
the 2 vodka bottles at you?
I've been asking everybody this, but for anyone who else is just joining, did anybody watch the huge tangent from the second Ezra episode?
If I touch this thing, it'll make a
Yes,
mark.
it will.
Yes. Okay. So
That's what she said.
this chair,
That's what she said.
that one here
Nice.
was
Didn't he say if I touch this thing, will it make it larger? Hold on, should I rewind it? Let me rewind it just to make sure it wasn't a false. That's what she said. Because this is important.
So this chair, that one here was over here. And it was in pretty much when I was turned around toward
I didn't
the
go
room,
that
and it
far.
was in
Hang
this
on,
chair.
hang on.
So this chair, if I touch this thing, it'll make a
Yes,
mark.
it will.
Yes. Okay.
Oh, it'll make a mark.
So-
Never mind. False. That's what she said. Unfortunately.
This chair, that one here was over here.
What is a baladikin?
And it was in pretty much when I was turned around toward, they were on a swivel. So when I was turned around towards the bar, I'm facing the bar. When I turned around this way, this chair here was in pretty much exactly this same position as this chair. It was when I was facing Miss Heard, who was, let's say she was, if you're looking at the photograph, she would be about here.
Could you draw a line in the direction where Ms. Heard was relative to where you were sitting?
Yes,
Yeah, I could
absolutely.
point
So
Maisha.
if I'm sitting here, she was over here, like back here.
Approximately how far away from Ms. Heard, from you was Ms. Heard, if you can recall?
I would say it was probably 10, 12, 15 feet, maybe 10 feet, 12 feet.
And approximately where was your hand when the vodka bottle hit it?
It was leaning. My arm was leaning on the marble bar, right there where that imaginary seat is, and leaning, kind of just leaning back and looking at Miss Heard. She just walked away with the second bottle. She walked this way when she threw the first bottle, which is actually visible
Can
in
you
the
please circle
background on
where
the
the
floor.
first? Yeah. Could you please circle where the first bottle
Oh,
is?
sorry, excuse me. Yeah. All that is the exploded first bottle that went past my head, and the second bottle hit right up here where my hand was resting on the marble bar.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820? Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
This is behind that very bar.
And what do you see on the floor in this picture?
I see what looks to me like some kind of napkin. It looks sullied, soiled, blood, I don't know. And I see glass in the corner, blood obviously on the floor, and a towel leaning up on something.
Do you know how that bloody tissue got on the floor?
My best guess,
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Do you know how the blood got on the floor, Mr. Depp?
I know how the blood got on the floor. It came from my dripping finger. So that's why the tissue is I'm 99.9% sure, since it is, looks like it's got blood on it as well, is what I held my finger with.
Do you see the wall on the left side of the photograph?
I do.
Was there a wall-mounted phone on that wall?
On the left side of the photo? No, I didn't. No. Not that I recall, no.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 394, which is already in evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize this text message?
I do.
And what is this message?
It's a text to Dr. Kipper. I'm sorry, just reading through.
Sure.
Yeah, this is my text to Dr. Kipper, who had just happened to be in town, telling him that I've had it, and that I just lost a fingertip.
How long after your finger had been injured did you send this text message, if you can recall?
It's hard to tell, because when I look at the timestamp, it's is delivered 3/7/2015, 5 o'clock. But I know that because of Australia time,
In the construct.
it was the 8th. And it was probably, the whole thing lasted probably until about 2 p.m. Or so, when that was when Kipper was called, Jerry was brought in, Jerry Judge, sorry, excuse me.
So do you have an estimate as to how long after your finger had actually been injured that you sent this message?
I don't think it was very long. I think it was probably within the next, I'm sure it was in the next half hour or so. I would have had to sneak into a bathroom, lock myself in to type this out.
And how were you able to send this text message to Dr. Kipper in the state that you were in?
Well, he wasn't available at the time, so
Wifey has been here and there. She's been popping up. I think she's been taking a break from, YouTube and true crime and things of that nature. I know she's been having some health issues, but yeah, I don't know. Black Widow, have you heard from her recently? Yeah, I don't know. It's I've had a hard time getting in touch with her. I think she had some, like last thing I had kind of heard was she thought maybe her accounts were all hacked or something like that. And so I was under the impression that she kind of like disconnected like all of her phone numbers and everything. And then, so like, in other words, I haven't been able to get in touch with her through the phone with like, phone numbers, but like, but she's popped on a handful of times, like before a live stream and stuff, and just said like, hi. And then, I'm just saying hi and then left. So I really don't know. If I talk to her, I absolutely will pass that message along, 100%. Wifey, if you're listening, we love you. We hope you're doing okay. Tennis Girl wants to say that she loves you. We all love you. And Tennis Girl also says she hopes you have all the best coming. So yes, thank you for asking. I'm curious though, Black Widow, have you heard anything? So I just don't know. I don't know. I haven't not been able to get in touch with her. And again, I kind of got the impression that she had just like needed to get rid of her phone number because she thought something had been hacked. So I don't really know. But it appears she was able to log into YouTube kind of periodically. So hopefully she'll be back soon. We love you, wifey, if you're listening.
Just sort of thumb your way through, don't you?
What about voice to text?
How long after sending this text message did you see Dr. Kipper?
I feel like it's possible.
I don't recall that. I
feel
think
like it's possible he did do voice to text and just doesn't remember. Yeah, that's a good point here, Maisha. I just saw that comment. Yeah.
it took them probably 30 minutes or more, 30 to 40 minutes to get there.
And what did Dr. Kipper do when he first arrived at the home?
Oh, the first thing he wanted to do was inspect the damage of my finger and try and
naturally
figure out exactly what had happened, how it happened.
And what did you tell Dr. Kipper about how your finger had been injured?
Objection, Your Honor.
We
You're
approached.
saying
All
we've
right,
discussed
that's
this
fine.
several times.
That's fine.
Oh boy. All right. Sidebar time. Sidebar time. Okay. We've discussed this several times. Sidebar. Miss Meyers, Your Honor, when they crossed Mr. Depp, they impeached him multiple times with prior inconsistent statements about the loss of his fingers. They showed him multiple text messages where they intimated that he was suggesting he had cut it off himself. That's right. They did that. There is a prior consistent statement. Mr. Brownboard, this is no different from Ms. Heard's prior consistent statement that we argued and Your Honor didn't let in about the abuse in certain times when she told her doctors that she had been abused at certain times. Your Honor will remember in the designation argument on Dr. Kipper, Your Honor, clearly, Your Honor limited this. And I understand the argument as well. They've attacked this. So now we get to use it. To be consistent, Your Honor, Your Honor's kept out Ms. Heard's reports to her medical providers of abuse. The court, while you were putting your points in evidence. Mr. Rottenborn, I'm sorry, the court, you were putting those points into evidence at that point. Mr. Rottenborn, no. Even letting her testify that she had told like contemporaneous consistent statements, consistent reports of abuse about after certain incidents, Your Honor has kept out. If Your Honor lets us in, tomorrow's examination of Ms. Heard goes way longer because the court, you have 2 hours. Right, that's right. Oh, that's right. Do you guys remember they were so fucked for time? Oh, that's right. That's why he's saying this. Oh, that's funny. Mr. Rottenborn, yeah, thank goodness. Psh, you are not happy about that, sir. Miss Meyers, may I? The court, you're not getting it into evidence. You're just asking him about it. Miss Meyers, well, Your Honor, first of all, I think that they tried to get Miss Heard's prior consistent statements in on her direct testimony. And I believe on the redirect, you actually allowed her to say what she told Nurse Borum under the theory that it was a prior consistent statement. This is the exact same principle. He's been impeached with a prior inconsistent statement, and we're offering what he told Dr. Kipper as a prior consistent statement. So what actually happened with this whole thing was like Elaine was crashing and burning, and that was just such a fucking disaster of a shit show, train wreck, dumpster fire. And I think Judge A, I mean, that was when Elaine just gave up. And like, yeah, anyway. So you guys, I'm sure, remember. The court, tomorrow the roles will be reversed. Mr. Rottenborn, right, the court. So I'll overrule the objection. Mr. Rottenborn, okay, the court, you can handle it on rebuttal with your 2 hours. Mr. Rottenborn, okay, all right, the court, thanks. And back to open court. Hi ho, it's back to open court we go. Spinny wheel, hi ho, it's time to court we go. Oh, spinny wheel. So what else can we sing? Well, lives are alive with the sound of music. Just in honor of Amber Heard's outfit. Doo-doo. Not that it's helping. I'm still hitting the buttons. With songs they have sung for 1,000 years. Come on, YouTube. Fill my heart with the sound of music. Come on. Well, while this is happening, I will say, so for anyone who didn't know, tomorrow we have the next episode of, look at Maisha encouraging YouTube. Next episode of Ezra, so it's episode number 3. We're going to get to see all kinds of evidence from the crime scene. We might even learn more about what that weird white thing was. And also the potential maybe hat. We might learn some more things. And I think we might even be able to get into the testimony following that, which is, this is stupid. Let me see what happens if I refresh it, which is a bunch of the friends. The friends come and testify. I think it's not going to be in the right place, but let's just see. Yeah. And so it's so funny. It refreshes it and it goes back to like not the right place at all. So let's find where we were. Try to.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's reflected in this photograph?
Yes, this is the staff. It's the manager and.
Too far.
You look graphicer. How did that?
And just out back, you could smoke on the.
Let's see if we can find the right place. This looks like a sidebar.
I don't recall that. I think it took them probably 30 minutes or more, 30 to 40 minutes to get.
All right. This is where we were. So I'm just going to go forward a little bit here, guys. This is exactly where we were before the sidebar. And this is the sidebar. Excellent. Yeah.
Mr. Depp, when Dr. Kipper was treating your finger, what did you tell him about how your finger became injured?
I told him I told him that there was obviously, I mean, when you saw the damage in the house and everything, the blood everywhere, I mean, obviously there was serious damage done. There would be no point in lying to the man. He'd been through it with me and Miss Herb before. I told him that she had thrown a bottle of vodka and smashed and cut my finger off, the tip of my finger, just but a good chunk. I miss it.
Mr. Depp, you heard Ms. Heard testify about an alleged incident of abuse on your honeymoon. Do you remember that?
I remember her testifying to that, yes.
And when did you and Ms. Heard go on your honeymoon together?
I believe it was somewhere in the neighborhood of August, because I just finished the film. Maybe end of July, August. I'm not quite good on the exact date.
Do you recall the year?
It was 2015, I believe.
And where did you and Ms. Heard go on your honeymoon?
We took the Orient Express from Bangkok, Thailand to Singapore.
And what happened while you and Ms. Heard were together on the Orient Express?
They had a grand old time. Just kidding.
There
We
would,
have a new friend. Hello, Haby. Have we seen you here before? And if we have, or if we haven't, either way, hi, happy you're here. Welcome. Welcome to the Squirrel Crew. We're the squirreliest squirrels on the planet. Here to enjoy some trials. So yeah, happy you're here.
times when it was very
I know, right?
agreeable, very nice. And then there were times when something had become dissatisfactory for her, and she would start the rant, the blooming of a fight would be on deck there, and at one point, it didn't. I mean, I don't remember it lasting long at all. I just remember that I took a pretty good shot to the
Heart?
to the face, to the
Did she
eye, to
explain?
somewhere up here.
Did she give love a bad name?
So I had a bit of a shiner.
That's right.
Um,
That's right,
but
Naisha.
it all went
I like the name. That's
ended,
cute.
and then everything got fine again, and we'd go to dinner, and it was all fine.
Did Ms. Heard ever apologize to you for giving you the shiner?
I don't recall.
I highly doubt that.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 162, which is already in evidence? Mr. Depp, do you recognize this photograph?
I do. It was with the chef and the maitre d' and the staff were asking if they could take a photo with us, and they'd been very kind at giving us a
And
private dinner.
They seem
So
very.
where was this photograph taken?
That was in the that looks like it's in the, yes, that's towards the back of the Orient Express. That's in the
Candace and Tennis Girl, have you guys met before?
the back train bar compartment, and just out back you could smoke on the sort of caboose or whatever.
The caboose. Do they still
And-
call it a caboose?
What, if any, injuries do you have in this photograph?
I think the eyes a little bit bugged
Yeah,
out.
am I the only person, when you guys hear caboose, do you just think of the little engine that could? Do you guys remember that? The little engine that could? What even is that from? Is that from Dumbo? I feel like, I don't know, I haven't seen that in so long. I just feel like, they say caboose. So Haby is saying, I watched this entire trial 2 years ago. Epic, wonderful. Yes, it's a good one. Also, in case you are wanting to join us, where we are covering many different things right now, but we're also doing gavel-to-gavel trial coverage of a lesser-known trial that is equally as epic, if not maybe even more so, because the defendant is like Amber Heard times a bazillion, as I say. And that is, it's a trial that this is actually going to be it is already the first time it's been streamed gavel to gavel on YouTube ever. And so that will be happening tomorrow. It'll be the third episode. So that if you're interested, check that out, please. And we'll be happy to see you again. It's a good one for sure. Yes, the end card, right? Yes, thank you, Maisha. Hi, Lisa. Happy you're here. Yeah, I think I can. Right. Yeah, that one. That's the one, Candace. Maisha, wouldn't you know though? Because aren't you like, it's a Disney movie, right? Do you know? You know what I'm talking about? Maisha's a Disney scholar. Oh, I know. Yeah, he was very, very beat up. He looks terrible in that picture, for sure. I mean, not, obvious, terrible as in beat up. Yes.
If you will. It's, yeah.
How did that happen?
These things could happen very quickly. If you disagreed.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive. She just asked, how did that happen?
I believe he was about to explain.
Well, us stating the objection.
Okay. So, Mr. Depp, specifically, how did the injury in this photograph occur?
I'm sure it hit me. Is that better?
Yes. Get it.
Does this picture accurately reflect what you looked like on that date?
Oh. You mean on Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, the one with the puppet people? With like this Frosty the Snow, or what is it? The Abominable Snowman? Okay, hold on. Are you talking about the one? I know that movie really well. The Island of Misfit. We're on the Island of Misfit Toys. I wonder if it's in that song. You could be right, Maisha. I'll have to think about that. By the way, I sing the There's Always Tomorrow. That song is appropriate, like on such a regular basis to me. It's amazing.
I don't look at myself much,
Right?
but
I know.
it certainly looks like me with a black eye. Yeah.
Does this picture appear to have been photoshopped in any way?
I don't know the answer to that, but I bet someone in the chat does.
No. I think it would be difficult to photograph or to start getting into sort of digital processing with a number of people in the shot, especially in a wide shot.
Could we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1301? And this is a new one, Your Honor, so this is not in evidence.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's reflected in this photograph?
Yes, this is the staff. It's the manager and his staff at the Raffles Hotel in Singapore. And before we left, they asked if they could take a photograph with us.
And when was this photograph taken?
Well, that would have been, we were off the Orient Express. We stayed in Raffles, I believe, a few days. And then from there, we flew to San Francisco.
So this photograph was taken after the photograph we just looked at?
This photograph was taken after the photograph in the dining car of the train, yes.
Your Honor, I move Plaintiff's Exhibit 1301 into
All right,
evidence.
any objection?
Oh, happy honeymoon. So it's
Any
31st of October.
any objection?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 1301 is in evidence, can be published to the jury.
Mr. Depp, what, if any, injuries do you see on your face in this photograph?
I see pretty much the same. I see that the area in here has been is swollen, and yeah, there's a bit of a shiner there.
Thank you. We can take this down. Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that she punched you in the staircase incident because she thought of Kate Moss in the stairs?
Oh, boy.
Do I remember her saying that?
Yes.
Yes, I do. 3 times. Yes, I do.
Do you have any understanding as to what Ms. Heard was referring to?
Yes, I do.
And
As Kate Moss, Kate testified, it was many, many years ago. And exactly what happened is what she said happened. I recall speaking with Ms. Heard about that very incident because of the downpouring of rain, because it was raining very heavily that day that Kate slipped. And I recalled the story to her.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
may we approach your
Okay.
Approach, approach. They're going to approach. Okay, we'll see you soon, tennis girl. Hope to see you soon. Yes, so okay, isn't the island of Misfit toys? Okay, so did anyone know the answer to Lisa's question? Hebe says, I would like to think that Johnny didn't cheat on his ex with Amber. Yeah, is this in reference to the text? Are you thinking, Lisa, because of the text messages or whatever that they had that Amber found? Is that what you're thinking of? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the full details on that. It's one of those things that, did not come in at trial. Right? I know, 100%. Yep. Yeah, I think we're all, in Johnny's camp here. I mean, it's pretty clear. Okay, so here we go with a sidebar. All right. Miss Meyers, Your Honor, this goes to Miss Heard's knowledge. It's not being offered for the truth, but the fact that he told it to her. And she testified that she implied very strongly that Mr. Depp had thrown Miss Moss down the stairs. And if she knew that that was not true, that's certainly relevant to assessing the credibility. Yeah, I would say. Mr. Rottenborn, she didn't imply that at all. You just saw the testimony this morning. She said she heard rumors that had happened, and that went through her head. The court, I'll overrule the objection. Mr. Rottenborn, okay, back to court. A short sidebar.
Please continue, Mr. Depp. What did you tell Ms. Heard about the staircase or Kate Moss?
I'll make it easy for Mr.
Oh, boy.
Rottenborn.
Uh-oh.
Miss Heard took the story and turned it into a very ugly incident, all in her mind.
Okay, thank you.
There was never a moment where I pushed Kate down any set of stairs, yet she's spewed this 3 times before.
Objection, Your Honor. Ms. Heard simply testified that she had heard a
Oh.
rumor, and that's
What's a rumor?
non-responsive to the question.
Sir, hold on. This
Sorry.
objection. I'll overrule the objection.
Misstates the facts and evidence.
I'll overrule the objection.
Sorry, I was drawn by Mr. Rottenborn's voice.
Certainly.
What was you like? Was it?
So what specifically had you actually told Ms. Heard about the incident with Miss Moss and the stairs?
Very simply that we were in Jamaica. I had left our bungalow about 3 minutes prior to her. I was standing outside and suddenly rain starts just coming down like it's, a monsoon. And then I remember looking and seeing Kate coming out the door, and there were 3 little wooden stairs, and she slipped, her legs went up, and she landed directly on her coccyx and her lower back. So, and she was obviously physically in pain, and she was hurt, she was crying. So I ran over and grabbed her to make sure she was all right. That's it. That's all I ever, but that's the whole story. But then the rumor of it, I'd never heard a rumor of that before Miss Heard grabbed hold of it. It's like that. Sorry.
Mr. Depp, we heard testimony from Miss Heard's sister, Whitney, during this trial. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And how would you describe your relationship with Whitney when you were in a relationship with Miss Heard?
I liked Whitney very much. Initially, I mean, when I first met her, I liked her very much, and grew to love Whitney very much, because I always, it seemed, Whitney, Amber's sister, Whitney seemed to always get the sort of dirty end of the stick, and I felt bad for that, because it wasn't new. It had been there for life, and that was seemed pretty obvious. So I took to Whitney very, very quickly, very easily. She was a very sweet kid. She was wonderful.
What do you mean that Whitney got the dirty end of the stick?
It was a kind of a strange combination of loving sister, trusted sister and friend, and then lackey, and then, either the punching bag or the dartboard, or the recipient of some rather demeaning and ugly words, or she would have wine thrown in her face.
And who was the source of those demeaning words and the wine that you just referenced?
Well, that would be Amber Heard, her sister.
And how do you know that?
Well, I witnessed quite a lot of it. The wine in the face was something that happened in New York, which I think that even made it into the papers.
God, look at her face. Wow. Isn't it so classic though? Because like with this being the case, and then of course Amber wants to try to be like the hero to Whitney with like the whole stare thing, like, oh, I have to save you, Crazy. Yeah, 100%. Oh, thank you, Haby. I appreciate that. Yeah, I hate that she mistreated Whitney. Look at her face though, you guys, where I paused. Like, wow. That's classic right there, huh?
I believe that even made it into the papers. It was in an elevator.
How did you first learn about that incident?
Miss Heard told me in detail.
What else did you observe of Miss Heard and her sister Whitney's interactions during your relationship with Miss Heard?
They were just constantly up and down, but I could sense, I could feel that Whitney was trying to please her sister, trying to be up to snuff, and it just seemed like she got shot down.
Objection, Your Honor. This has gone beyond the scope of the question or his foundation for knowledge of that.
Your Honor, I asked what he observed, between them. I think this is responsive to that.
And his testimony as to what Whitney felt is,
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did you ever see Miss Heard physically attack Whitney?
No, I've never seen any full-on blowouts, physical blowouts between them. Tons of verbal
objection
blowouts.
beyond the scope.
Overruled.
I've certainly seen Miss Heard grab Whitney, push her around. There were a number. There were half a dozen times when some of us, whoever was in the general vicinity, would have to leave. This is at Orange, when Whitney and Amber were living at Orange. Whitney and her boyfriend at the time, Sean Krajewski, and we had to leave the apartment and
Why
wait
was
in the car while they fought.
And when you say fought, do you mean
Physical.
physically or?
Physical.
And when you said Miss Heard would push Whitney around, do you mean that to physically push her or metaphorically?
Both.
You heard Whitney testify that she lived in Penthouse 4 at the Eastern Columbia building for a time, correct?
That is correct, yes.
How did Whitney come to live in Penthouse 4?
My recollection when Whitney first came to stay at the Eastern Columbia building in Penthouse 4 was she and her boyfriend, Sean, had broken up. And she needed a place to go. And so Amber asked if she could stay in Penthouse 4, and I said, well, of course, you know.
How long did Whitney live in Penthouse 4?
It was well over a year, on and off.
Did you ever ask Whitney to move out of Penthouse 4?
No, I did not, no.
Why did Whitney ultimately move out of Penthouse 4?
Objection, foundation.
It's his apartment, Your Honor. He was living there.
Oh, overruled.
Whitney moved out of Penthouse 4 long before the marriage. And it was due to an argument that Ms. Heard and Whitney had, which had to do with Whitney working at the Art of Elysium with Jennifer Howell and those people. And Amber asked her to leave, get out.
Where did Whitney live when she moved out of Penthouse 4?
My understanding is she went to live with Jennifer Howell.
Your Honor, I know you anticipated having a motion at noon.
You can keep going. That's
Okay.
fine. We can. How much longer in direct do you have?
I have a bit.
Okay, that's okay.
Mr. Depp, do you recall hearing testimony during Ms. Heard's case from Mr. Mandel?
Yes, I do.
And who is that?
Mr. Mandel is my former business manager of 17 and a half years, who at a certain point I discovered had been embezzling quite a lot of money. So I had to take action against him and he and my lawyer of 17 and a half years, as they were in cahoots, as it were. And so yes, Joel Mandel is, and they settled their case with me. They made their settlement. But yes, that was a very, Joel Mandel is a very bitter man who ended up with a lot of money that I worked hard for over the years.
Do you recall Mr. Mandel testifying in this case that you do not spend very much money on charity?
That I don't, sorry?
That you do not spend very much money on charity?
Objection, Your Honor.
You just want to
May we
approach?
approach?
Okay.
Yep. Here we go with the sidebar. I think Elaine is still practicing, but I don't know for sure. Oh yeah, yep. Okay, so let's take a look at this sidebar. All right. Mr. Rottenborn, this was covered in the motions in limine. Ms. Meyers, Your Honor. Sorry, I'm so used to doing Elaine's voice. This is normal voice. Just kidding. Ms. Meyers, Your Honor. They put in testimony in their case in chief for Mr. Mandel where he said Mr. Depp does not spend very much money on charity. I believe that opens the door for him to rebut that, Mr. Rottenborn. I have no objection to that. I don't remember that testimony, but I'm not doubting her. But if that came in, I have no objection to that limited thing. But if he's going to talk about some, the court, is that the only question on this? Mr. Rottenborn, if that's the only question, I have no objection to it. But if they try to go beyond that, I think it runs afoul again. Wow, that's the second time he said that, of the motion. Ms. Myers, my question is, what is your response to that? Mr. Rottenborn, that's fine. I have no objection. And back to open court. Oh, sorry, you guys, did I not share this tab? I guess, sorry, y'all. It was short. It's already over. We'll just go ahead and go on with the trial. Hold on, let me make sure I'm sharing the right thing. Here we go. All right. Yeah, short sidebar.
Mr. Depp, just to remind you, my question was, what is your response to Mr. Mandel's testimony that you do not spend very much on charity?
My response to that is Mr. Mandel is a very bitter man. And one thing about that, myself personally, with regard to charity donations, sending money to a charity, I prefer, I would rather that my name were not on it. I don't want the name to be the important thing or the thing that people talk about. So when I donate money, I donate without my name being involved because I don't see that that's important, my name being there in terms of money. Now, if I am able to visit hospitals, or if I'm able to meet with Make-A-Wish children, I've held on to the relationships that I've held on to within the Make-A-Wish Foundation and the Children's Hospital and various other places. Then obviously my name is involved. When we held premieres in Leicester Square for several films, Charlie and the
Objection, Your Honor.
Chocolate Factory.
Again, beyond the scope of his response to Mr. Mandel's testimony.
I believe this is in response to Mr. Mandel.
I'll overrule the objection.
So basically, when it was a public, let's call it a donation or whatever, I would talk to the studio. I would talk to Disney. I would talk to Warner Brothers. I would talk to whoever the studio was. well before the premiere and make the premiere a benefit that would, once we did what we benefited, we did a benefit premiere for Great Ormond Street Hospital. We did a couple of benefit premieres for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. I mean, if you can turn a premiere with that many thousands and thousands and thousands of people there into a benefit, it works and it helps. But it wasn't presented under my name, you know. It was Disney's doing this or Warner Brothers is doing this. I'm not looking for the pat on the back, as it were. If I can make it happen, great. But I don't need the pat on the back. I don't need the adulation. I don't need the attention.
Did you hear Ms. Heard testify that one of the charities she donated a portion of your divorce settlement to was the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles?
Yes.
What is your relationship with the CHLA?
Objection, Your Honor. Irrelevant and to the
May
issue.
we
just
approach Your
discussed.
Honor?
Okay, hold on, guys, for this next sidebar. Make sure I share it this time. All right, here we go. So, oh, that's one I just read. Okay, hold on. Okay, Ms. Meyers, Your Honor, this is a different rebuttal point. This is Mr. Depp had a previous relationship with the CHLA when Ms. Heard selected that as one of the places to make a donation. And I think we saw her statement about the donation when he donated the money to the CHLA. She said this was a newfound interest in the charity. Mr. Rottenborn, that's really an attenuated attempt to rebuttal. It's not relevant. The court, while she testified, Mr. Rottenborn, it's not relevant. And also they brought that out in cross-examination of her. First of all, they brought out that statement, didn't they? I believe it was during a cross of Ms. Heard. Ms. Meyers, the CHLA came in on her direct, though. It sure did. Sure did. Mr. Rottenborn understood, but the statement where Ms. Meyers is referring to, I believe, came in on Ms. Vasquez's cross. I'm not going to say I'm 100% certain of that, but I believe it did. Number two, this is kind of what we've been afraid of this whole time, which is they're going to talk about him going into the CHLA in pirate costumes. Oh, right. I remember this. And you've heard Mr. Chu talk about how she doesn't care about sick kids and all that nonsense. It's totally unrelated. They're going to try to get, have him say that he marches around in a pirate costume. That's so far beyond the scope of rebuttal. The court, I haven't heard any of that testimony yet. There was evidence in your examination about these issues. I'll allow. Mr. Rottenborn, there's evidence about what? Her donating to the CHLA. The court, she's saying that when he made his donation in the area, that's how it was made, something along those lines. Mr. Rottenborn, I guess if it's going to be like, hey, I gave to the CHLA in the past, that's fine. But if he's going to be talking about walking around in pirate costumes, dude, Mr. Rottenborn really does not like pirates, I think. And what a great guy he is with respect to CHLA. I think that sort of goes beyond the scope of any sort of impeachment. Ms. Meyers, Your Honor, I would also note that in Ms. Heard's affirmative testimony, she did testify about in her youth volunteering at soup kitchens. That's right, she did. This is really, if they're going to bring this in to bolster her character, the court, that's not allowed. I understand. The court, I'll allow that question. Ms. Meyers, okay, understood. Mr. Rottenborn, thank you. But Ms. Meyers, so then back to open court. See, it didn't even list it. But yeah, it's back to open court. All right, Julio. So let me see what you guys are saying here. So Oh, about Amber hitting what? Right. Yeah, I see what you're saying. It's all good. It's all good, Kelly B. It's all good. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I think that you don't want to intervene when it's a family thing. You know what I mean? I think, let's see. Yeah. I do agree that the security team should have intervened if they saw it, but I think it would have been inappropriate for Johnny to intervene. Not to mention, she would have probably fucking hit him, right? I doubt though that she would hit the security dudes, right? But like all the reenactments. What reenactments? Let me know. I don't know which reenactments you mean, but probably if I was there. Do you mean when I'm doing like Elaine's voice?
Is your relationship with
Hold on. Sorry, I went too far. Too far. Oh, they go right back to Sidebar, you guys. Oh my God.
Mr. Depp, what is your relationship with the CHLA?
I've had a relationship with the CHLA for probably 20 years or so.
And what's just the nature of that relationship?
Well, since sometimes there are Make-A-Wish kids
Oh, boy.
who are in the hospital there, and that their wish is to.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh boy.
Your Honor, may we approach?
And here we go, guys. Just a little sidebar. Have yourself a merry little sidebar. Okay. Miss Meyers, Your Honor, Mr. Brownborn, this is why Miss Meyers, this is his relationship with the CHLA. I mean, this is how the court, you can ask limited questions. That was the rebuttal part, Miss Meyers. Okay, the court, 20 years. Now let's move on, Mr. Brownborn. That's kind of the problem with this limited question with him, is she can say what happened, and we all know where his testimony is going. The court, we're working on one question at a time, Mr. Brownborn. All right, Miss Meyers, if I may. The court, okay. Miss Meyers, in anticipation. The court, I appreciate that. Miss Meyers, I was going to ask whether Miss Heard knew about that, the relationship with the CHLA. Mr. Brownborn, irrelevant. The court, what would the relevance be of it? Miss Meyers, she testified he was not charitable. Court, I'll sustain the objection at this time. Okay, Mr. Brownborn, okay, thank you. And then, again, back to open court. Oh, it's Christmas in August. Fuck yeah, it is. Fuck yeah. We do our own thing over here. We can be whatever season we want.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to take you back to exactly 6 years prior to this week, the week of May 21st through May 27th, 2016. What happened at the beginning of that week?
May 21st.
Excuse me, May 20th.
May 20th. We're talking 2016 here.
Yes.
May 20th, the afternoon of May 20th, afternoon, evening, my mom made her exit. She'd been fighting cancer numerous times and for many years, and she fought all the way to the end. And so my mother passed away on the 20th of May. Which does bring instant perspective into one's mind. I spoke to Amber that night. I called her on the telephone, explained to her that my mom had passed, Betty Sue had passed, and that I thought that the best thing we could do was to get Afoul for
Objection, Your Honor.
divorce.
Hearsay. What Mr. Depp told Miss Heard.
We can move on, Your
Okay,
Honor.
yes, ma'am.
Mr. Depp, what happened at the end of that week on May 27th, 2016?
May 27th, my daughter's birthday. May 27th, I was not in Los Angeles. I was on Deuters on tour, and that was when Miss Heard went for the restraining order.
Did-
And oh yeah, also that was the day that Alice Through the Looking Glass, a film I'd done, was opening.
Did Miss Heard know that you were out of town on May 27th?
Yes.
And how would she have known that?
Well, I told her I was going on tour. I mean, that was well established.
How long were you going to be out of town on that tour?
2 to 3 months.
And did Miss Heard know how long you'd be out of town?
I don't know if she knew exactly how long I'd be out of town, but it was a pretty extensive tour of Europe.
How did Miss Heard's actions on May 27th, 2016 affect you?
Changed everything.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh,
Relevance
it didn't change
to this
everything?
lawsuit.
Right.
Sort of, if you could wait till the objection, please.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Relevance.
Tourette's.
Your Honor, this is one of the key
If you want to
dates.
approach.
Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying because I was doing that, right. I actually don't ever use TikTok or like social media, so I didn't see that, unfortunately, but it sounds funny. I did not hear. I see what you're saying. Right. I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, I didn't see any of that. I'm not on any of those things, but okay. So, Mr. Rottenborn, how they're trying to bootstrap, Jesus Christ. Why is this saying, hold on. I just got a notification. It says my browser has lost connection to screen share audio. Oh no, I hope this isn't StreamYard having one of those issues again. Can you guys hear me okay? Let me know if you can't hear me. I guess if you can't hear me, there's no way you could say something. Okay, cool. So StreamYard, as many of you guys know, you've probably heard this from other content creators. I say content creators, it sounds so weird. You've probably heard EDB mention this and other people too, right? StreamYard's been having issues. So I don't know if that means that there's going to be issues when I go to try to play the trial again. So we'll just see what happens if it says I can restart my browser. Anyway, we'll see. Hopefully it'll work. I mean, it's been working. So, okay. Right. So Mr. Rottenborn, how they're trying to bootstrap what she said on May 27th into the lawsuit. How what she did on May 27th affected him? That's not relevant. Ms. Meyers, Your Honor, this is one of the key dates in this. And this is the date that the allegations essentially came out, and the allegations that we contend were republished in the op-ed that she published in 2018. That op-ed is understood against the backdrop on what happened on May 27th. Mr. Rottenborn, this isn't a republication case, except their theory is that the tweet is republication. But 2018, this is not a republication of 2016. That's not what this case is about. That's not the theory of the case. The law doesn't support that. That's not what the case is about. Mr. Meyers, it's her repeating what we contend are false statements she first made 2 years prior. Mr. Rottenborn, that's exactly the point I was trying to make when I walked up here. That's what they're trying to do, and that's inappropriate. That's what they're trying to get the jury to hold him, Ms. Meyers. That's our theory of the case, Your Honor. I think we've made it very clear. Mr. Rottenborn, liable. That means, so the lines, of course, means they're talking over each other, right? Liable for traditionally immune statements that were made in 2016. Ms. Meyers, I think we've made it very clear that the op-ed that is at issue in this case is the defamatory statements are understood in the context of what happened in May of 2016. The court, you need to get to relevance. The objection is relevance, Mr. Rottenborn. Right, because this case is about the statements made in 2018 and it's not a republication case. The jury cannot find Ms. Heard liable for statements she made in 2016, and that's exactly what Ms. Meyers is trying to get the jury to do through this testimony. So therefore, how did it affect you is irrelevant. Yeah, Ms. Meyers, Your Honor, I think that we've been very clear that what happened in May of 2016 when she made these statements public for the first time color how the op-ed was understood by people. And I think that what happened on that date, the statements made in 2018 in context with 2016, Ms. Meyers, well, our contention is that people understood the statements in the op-ed to be about Mr. Depp and to imply that he had been physically abusive before. There had been a media circus around Ms. Hurd's walking into court in May of 2016. Yeah, that makes sense to me. The court, right. You can ask those questions. That's not the question you asked, so I'll sustain the question as to that, Ms. Meyers. Okay, Mr. Rottenborn, I'll also ask that Your Honor consider, I don't want to say it in open court for obvious reasons, but admonishing Mr. Depp the next time he makes the court, I just did. I remember this. Mr. Rottenborn, okay, I didn't hear that. I did, Mr. Rottenborn, I didn't want to say that. Thank you. And back to open court. Okay, so now is the time to say if you guys can't hear anything. All right, so first of all, it's going to be quiet because it's a sidebar, so let me fast forward. Hopefully you guys can still hear me, and we will have a moment of truth here in a second. The thingy went away. The pop-up thing went away, so hopefully. Very serious looking. Okay, can you guys hear it? Can you hear the sound on the thing? Can y'all hear? Can y'all hear Johnny Depp? Oh, for fuck's sake! Or is that a no? You cannot hear Johnny Depp. That's wild. If that's the case, you guys. Really? No way. Is it doing that thing? Oh my God. Y'all, you can't hear Johnny. Like I can, that's so crazy because I can hear it. Wow. Okay. Let me back it up in case this is the case. In case this is the case, that's what on it. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Whoa, sorry, Johnny, for that pause. Okay. So you're saying no, you cannot. Okay. Wow. All right. So that's the thing. Okay. So let me try this. Wow. They had it fixed. Wow. That's so crazy. Did y'all hear? EDB had problems with this for days. That's why I didn't stream while it was fucking up. But it had been working again. Wow. Okay. I mean, obviously, right? Because we've been doing it. So, okay. Let me see what happens if I stop sharing my screen and then redo it. Let's just try this. Wow. That's so stupid. Okay, let's see if this works. You guys hear that sound? If you guys can't hear, I'll try sharing it another way. There's a couple ways I can do it. What's weird is that, okay, can you all hear it? I keep pausing it to talk, but.
Mr. Depp, what has it been like for you to listen to Ms. Hurd's testimony at this trial?
Awesome.
I'm sorry.
What has it been like for you to listen to Ms. Hurd's testimony at this trial?
Objection relevance, Your Honor.
Oh, overruled.
BB, are you behind or are you still live? Because I think it's fixed.
Insane.
Can you all hear it?
It's insane to hear heinous accusations of violence, sexual violence that she's attributed to me, that she's accused me of. I don't think anyone enjoys having to split themselves open and tell the truth. But there are times when one just simply has to, because it's gotten out of control. Horrible.
Cool.
Ridiculous,
Glad you guys-
humiliating,
Wonderful.
ludicrous,
Good, good.
painful, savage, unimaginably brutal, cruel, and all false. All false. I wanted I no human being is perfect, certainly not. None of us. But I have never in my life committed sexual battery, physical abuse, all these outlandish, outrageous stories of me committing these things and living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to bring the truth out. So this is not
like, looks like it's just being, okay, I'll just rewind it a second. I don't know what's happening in StreamYard. Hold on, guys. Sorry. This is some powerful testimony from Johnny Depp, so I want to make sure you guys.
I know that. But no matter what happens, I did get here and I did tell the truth. And I have spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back reluctantly for 6 years.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right.
Well said.
Did you want to take lunch at this point or just, okay. All right, let's do that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take lunch this time. Do not discuss this case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
Okay, so let's jump ahead past their lunch break.
And don't break anything on your way
Oh,
out.
right. This is when we hear from what's his faces, the TMZ attorneys, right?
Thank you.
We're going to get back to this. Johnny Depp. And he'll come across. She is absolutely.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to start with the honeymoon that you and
Yeah,
Miss Heard took in
100%.
late July
Yeah.
2015.
Certainly.
You testify that you took a train ride from Bangkok to Singapore. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you claim that on this train ride that Miss Heard hit you in the face, correct?
Yes.
And left a black eye, correct?
Yes.
And Michelle, could you please pull up PX 162?
Is that already in evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Published to the jury?
Thank you. Mr. Depp, this is the picture that your counsel showed you both in your prior, or showed you this morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that mark under your left eye is what you claim to be a black eye caused by Miss Heard, correct?
Seems to be there's some scratches around my nose as well.
Okay. All right, but it's your left eye, the one close to the chef. That's what you says your black eye, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was the picture your team chose to show you, right?
It's a picture
Let's pull up
someone
exhibit
showed me,
1905.
yes.
Oh my God.
Please.
Let him
Sorry, which
answer.
number was it?
This is a new exhibit, Your Honor, 1905.
And that's defendants?
Defendant's exhibit 1905.
Okay, thank you.
Ask for permission to publish, Your Honor.
Or you want to put it in evidence?
Mhm.
Okay, any objection to 1905?
With the comments, we have no objection to the photograph itself. We would ask the comments be redacted as hearsay.
Well, I'd like to at least question the witness about the
I
comments.
have no objection to the photograph being published.
Okay, well, let's wait a minute. Mr. Depp, you see here, these are 4 pictures of you, right?
Yes,
Yeah, and below it they indicate that they were taken on July 24th, 2015 in Bangkok, Thailand, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
in Bangkok, Thailand, so before the train ride.
Correct, before the train ride,
Was
because
it?
you didn't get on the train ride.
Well, I can't even remember. I'm pretty sure this counts against their time, right? When they're on cross. I'm pretty sure. I also still love her. Yep. Yeah, I'm pretty sure because that's why he's rushing, right? Pretty sure.
Till the 25th, is that right?
I somewhere in that area, I guess.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish this to the jury.
All right,
If it's just the photographs, we have no
all right,
objection.
if you want to redact the, just have the photographs in it?
Sure. We'll do 1905.
05, but just with redaction, sure it'll be fine. I think there's still some on the bottom. I'm not sure.
It's just redact that. Yeah. Thank you, Michelle.
All right, publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, could you please scroll down to the bottom 2 pictures there? Mr. Depp, in these pictures that were taken before you got on the train ride for your honeymoon, where you claim that Miss Heard hit you and gave you a black eye, you have the exact same shadow or sunburn or mark under your left eye. The exact same mark, don't you?
That's the, when you get a side light, you see the occipital
Mhm.
bone. So that is the exact area.
Yep. And it's actually,
A side light will cause that.
yeah, well,
as
the
well.
picture's not being taken from the side, is it? It's being taken
No,
head
no, no,
on,
no,
isn't it?
no. The lens in front.
Yeah.
The light on the side
Right.
will cause that occipital bone, I believe it's called,
Mhm.
to appear sunken. And-
Just like lights on the side of a train car, correct?
Objection
Well,
calls for
You
speculation.
can take that down, Michelle.
that was in fact in the dark.
Sus-
I had a
sustain.
chef I could
Wow.
pull on either side of me, so
If you could
I
wait for the
don't
next-
see where the light fill is from the side.
Mr. Depp, if you could wait for the next question, next question.
Next
Oh,
question.
sorry.
Even the picture your team chose to show you on that train isn't accurate, is it? Let's pull up
Objection
exhibit.
calls for
Let's
speculation.
pull up exhibit 1859, please.
Let him answer.
1859, is that in evidence? or-
No, Your Honor.
I don't know. I felt Ms. Meyers could call harder with this, like objecting to Mr. Romberg just talking over him. Oh yeah, we remember that for sure. Did you guys remember the thing like I was saying about how I'm pretty sure the cross counts against their time? Pretty sure. Do you guys remember for sure? But I mean, it's the only thing that really makes sense.
Mr. Depp, this is the same picture or the exact same scene displayed in PX 162 that you looked at this morning, correct?
That looks like my face has been, the eyes have been photoshopped.
Oh, okay. So this post from the Eastern and Oriental Express's Facebook page, you're saying that that's photoshopped?
Is
Let's
that from
pull
their
them up
page?
side
I
by
would, sure, why wouldn't they?
Let's pull them up side by side, please. Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of this exhibit. We can just have the pictures. We don't need the.
Any objection to the picture?
Objection, lack of foundation, lack of authentication.
Is that you in the photo, Mr. Depp?
It is me, but it's clearly,
Your
It's
Honor,
been-
I'd move to
it's
strike
been-
anything after that, first of all, and would ask for admission of this photograph.
All right, just the photograph?
Yep.
Are you gonna,
We maintain our lack of authentication, lack of foundation.
all right, over objection, I'll allow 1859 in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, could I please get you to,
You need to redact it first.
we actually have one, it's, that will admit or ask to be admitted as 1858. That is just the picture.
I already have 1859.
Okay, so we'll call this 1859 then.
This is 1859.
Yeah, we just need to,
Okay.
we'll fix that exhibit sticker on the bottom and get you that correct 1859.
1859.
And Michelle, what I'd like to ask you to do, please, is to put the picture displayed as 1859, just was admitted into evidence, next to PX 162 that was shown to Mr. Depp this morning.
Okay, you can pop, those are both in evidence.
Can you try to make them the same size, please? This is the exact same picture, isn't it, Mr. Depp?
with radically different quality. And
No, you answered my question.
Oh boy.
how
Permission
do
to
you know I
publish.
wasn't done?
You answered my question, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Ms. Meyers could be objecting to this bullshit. Rotten blonde hair.
Mr. Depp, you had that, whatever mark it is, whether it's a sunburn, whether it's a shadow, whether it's the light reflecting, you had that same mark on your eye before you got on that train.
Well, it's pretty difficult to get a sunburn on a train.
But
And in
let's
the
go to-
photographs with the child, I don't look particularly sunburned. Can we see those again?
Let's pull up exhibit one. Actually, no, let's talk about Australia for a little bit.
Oh, good.
You testified that you've never done ecstasy more than a handful of times in your life, correct?
6, 7 times.
Now, you heard Ms. Heard's testimony. You've been sitting here. I know you didn't look at her, but you heard her testimony. And
Oh, I
you heard her. You didn't hear her say you ingested 8 to 10 all at once. She said she came down after being apart from you for some time, and there were 8 to 10 gone from the bag, correct?
Objection form compound.
Oh, overruled.
I also heard Ms. Heard say I reached into a bag and poured a bunch of
Yep,
MDMA down my mouth.
correct.
Um,
That's right. She
a
didn't say you poured
handful.
10 at one time, did
Oh,
she?
she said a handful,
Okay.
which is more than 10, I believe.
Okay, the fact is, Mr. Depp, you were asking for ecstasy. You who have only done it 6 times in your life, you were asking for ecstasy and cocaine within minutes of being admitted to the hospital after suffering your finger injury, weren't you?
Objection compound.
I don't recall that I was
Overruled.
Let's
begging
pull up.
for any drugs.
Yeah, let's pull up plaintiff's or exhibit 393, please. You just said you don't recall you were begging for any drugs?
No, I
that-
don't, but I do
okay.
recall being in great pain and great distress, so
Okay,
I could have asked for a teddy bear as well.
okay. So this has been admitted, Your Honor.
This is in evidence,
Oh my
okay?
God.
Publish.
And if you can blow up the text, please, Michelle. In this text message Mr. Depp. You were, after you suffered your finger injury, you just testified you don't recall asking for any drugs. You're texting Nathan Holmes, your personal assistant, need more Whitey stuff ASAP, brother man, and the e-business. Now, we went over this in your cross-examination, didn't we?
If you say so, sir,
And Whitey stuff is cocaine,
I would say.
and the e-business is ecstasy. You already
Yeah, quite
testified.
likely, yes.
Okay.
So I
Take that.
didn't recall that.
Thank you.
But
Can you pull up exhibit 1817, please?
Oh, he's so rude.
This is a picture that you were shown this morning, Mr. Depp.
yes, sir.
And you kind of made some illustrations on the picture and gave your account of what you see here. Mr. Depp, you testified previously that the vodka bottle that you allege cut off your finger was a handle of vodka, correct?
Yes.
You've already
The
testified to that,
second
correct?
bottle, there was a handle on it, bottle,
Right.
yes.
This bottle, whatever it is, to the extent it's glass at all, that's in the corner of this room, that's not a handle of vodka.
Objection calls for speculation.
I think you'll find that I said 2 bottles.
Well, actually,
From-
what you testified to this morning, Mr. Depp, was that the bottle in the corner was the handle. And there is no other
No,
bottle
no.
in the picture, is there?
No, that's not what I testified. I testified that, may I touch the screen?
Yes.
This is glass. This is glass.
And that's
Okay.
not a handle. Neither of those are handles of vodka.
It's that big, it's broken. The handle's up the top on those vodka bottles, sir.
Yeah.
I mean,
And none, if you combine all that glass on the floor, that doesn't make up the amount of glass in a handle of vodka, does it?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm not a,
When there's objection, hold on.
Right.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
There is no picture of a handle of vodka broken on that floor, is there, Mr. Depp?
no, I don't see it. I see glass under this chair here.
Okay. Well, you testified this morning that you did see it, so it's good to get that clarification. Let's move
No, I
on,
didn't
please.
say I saw a handle.
You also testified this morning that yeah, and I want to get this, I want to make sure that we're on the same page here. You
Y'all.
I think we
testified
will.
earlier this morning that there was no phone in the bar area downstairs. Is that what you testified to?
I don't recall a phone in the bar area.
Okay,
I don't recall a Bakelite phone in the bar area where
okay.
no.
Let's pull up, Michelle, please, the UK day 3, page 421. Mr. Depp,
Not the UK
we've-
trial again.
we've done this drill before. This is your testimony from the UK, correct?
Can I please have,
It's this, we don't have copies for everyone. It's on the screen.
Your
right
Honor,
there.
may I please, I would like to have what he's, the testimony of the
Here,
witness.
you can have my copy. Mr. Depp, you remember giving testimony in the UK trial for several days, correct?
Okay, so yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So I
And
do
you-
remember a telephone in the bar area, and this
Yeah, well,
telephone you picked up was made of Bakelite.
This is my turn to do this, Mr. Depp.
I'm sorry.
On page 421, line 19, you were asked a question, and this telephone that you picked up was made of, I'm sorry, I'm going to go up line 15. Question, at one stage when you were in the kitchen screaming at Miss Heard, you picked up a wall-mounted telephone. Do you remember a telephone in the kitchen? Answer, no ma'am, I remember a telephone in the bar area. Question, and this telephone that you picked up was made of Bakelite. Do you know what I mean by that? A retro telephone, wall-mounted but retro. Answer, it was a wall-mounted telephone, but it was not Bakelite. It was a modern phone. It was plastic. Question, a phone that was a wall-mounted phone that was picked up. Can you scroll down, please? Question, a phone that was a wall-mounted phone that was picked up by you, held in your right hand, and you were repeatedly smashing it against the wall in your right hand. Answer, that is possible. But I do not, if that is the case, I do not believe I spent very much time on the phone. I remember ripping the phone off the wall. That was your testimony, correct?
It seems it would be yes.
Thank you.
I
Answer my question. Thank you. Mr. Depp, you've claimed before, you've said, if I'm angry and I've got to lash out or hit somebody, I'm going to do it. And I don't care what the repercussions are. Anger doesn't pay rent. It's got to go. It's got to be evicted. You've said that before, haven't you?
Have you a quote from me somewhere saying that?
It's my question to you. You've said that before, haven't you? Well, actually, let's refresh your recollection. Can you pull up
Be great.
the Ghost in the Machine article, please?
Possibly about paparazzis.
Mr. Depp, you see the picture of you on the lower left.
Yes.
Appears to be shirtless and wearing a crown, I believe. You see the long paragraph above that that starts with "in the Mark Hotel."
Yes,
You see
yes,
that?
yes. I
At
did.
the bottom of that, does this refresh your recollection that you said, "I have a lot of love inside me and a lot of anger inside me as well. If I love somebody, then I'm going to love them. If I'm angry and I've got to lash out or hit somebody, I'm going to do it. And I don't care what the repercussions are. Anger doesn't pay rent. It's got to go. It's got to be evicted." Did I read that right?
You did read that right, yes.
Thank you. You can take that down, Michelle, please. Now, Mr. Depp, you've also claimed that you've said before that if you want to be with a woman sexually, that she is rightfully yours, haven't you?
Could you repeat that?
And you've also said that with
Could you
respect-
repeat that, please?
Yeah, that if you want to be with a woman sexually, that she is rightfully yours.
That's ludicrous.
You've also said that with respect to women that you want to be with, you've remarked, "I need, I want, I take," haven't you?
Equally as ludicrous, no.
Can you pull up DX 883, please?
You can pull it what you like. I've never said those words. There's not enough hubris in me to say anything like that.
883?
883, Your Honor.
It's not,
DX
is it
It
empty?
is not admitted yet.
Okay, 883.
Mr. Depp, these are text messages from you to Stephen Deuters on February 22nd, 2017, correct?
This looks nothing like me. You might have mistaken.
Mr. Depp, we can show the full unredacted. You've looked at a number of text messages in this case, and the words "him" as the identifier, that's you, correct? In every text message we've seen in this case.
Yeah, sure. It still doesn't mean it hasn't been screwed with. That's not anything that I've ever said or written.
You want to see the whole thing unredacted? We can look at that too.
No, because you could have typed it up last night. No.
I can assure you I didn't type it up last night, Mr. Depp. Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Exhibit 883.
All right, any objection?
Objection on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
All right, Marilla, do you want to approach?
Right,
the
I
list?
know, I agree. All right, sidebar time. Yeah, this was insane. Okay, so you make sure. Okay, why is it weird looking? Why is it all small looking? That is weird. Hold on. Okay. All right, cool. So, all right, the court. All right, Mr. Rottenborn, he testified to Ms. Meyers that he would never commit sexual battery. He just testified to me, quote, "Those words would never come out of my mouth. I would never say that. It's relevant and it's impeachment, Ms. Meyers." This is not, there's no foundation that that's what he's talking about over here. The words sexual violence or assault are not in that text message, Mr. Rottenborn, Your Honor. The jury can draw the inference from it that they want. Ms. Meyers, this is not, it's unclear what he's talking about. It's not Mr. Rottenborn. I'm happy to admit the whole chain. I just figured every other time they wanted to redact those words. So The court, do you want to see it unredacted to see the context of it for redirect? Ms. Meyers, I would like that opportunity, but I suspect I would like it admitted in redacted form. Mr. Rottenborn, I was just trying to do you a favor, counsel. Yeah, right. The court, I mean, it's impeachment to what he said, so I'll allow it. Mr. Rottenborn, thank you, Your Honor. The court, okay, and back to open court they go. Yeah, it's definitely weasel behavior for sure, Maisha. Very good.
Mr. Depp, on February 22nd, 2017, you texted Mr. Deuters, right, exactly. Molly's pussy is rightfully mine. Should I not just bust in and remove its hinges tonight? Did I read that right?
You read it right.
And the one beneath that, you say, I want to change her understanding of what it is like to be thrashed about like a pleading mackerel. And then in all caps, you write, I need, I want, I take. Did I read that right?
You read it right, but I did not write that.
Okay.
Perhaps someone else.
You wrote
on
every
my
other
phone.
text that you produced that came from you in this litigation, didn't you?
Not necessarily. Sometimes you give your phone to people and they
Now,
text
when you
from
got
it.
off that plane
Excuse me?
from Boston,
So rude, man.
Sorry.
when you got off the plane from Boston, you knew
Right.
Miss Heard was angry with you, didn't you?
It
Yes,
was-
Kelly, he was receiving those. And what's interesting is you can tell because the text message is referring to somebody named Molly, I believe, right? Like, hold on, I'll back it up one more time, but it sounds like it's not like, okay, hold on, let me back it up. Like, that's what's so crazy is like, it's obvious that he's on the receiving end of those from, and somebody else is saying it, you know? Oh, spinning wheel.
Did I read that right?
You read it right, but I did it right.
And the
yes.
one beneath that, you say, I want to
Yeah.
change her understanding
Yeah, it says
of
right.
what it is like to be
Pause.
thrashed about.
Okay, hold on. Why?
To change.
Okay, this is what I wanted to point out. See, it says Molly's, you know what, is rightfully mine. That's obviously not Johnny Depp, right? Because Molly is not his girlfriend, right? So, I mean, if you just see that name, like the jury should be like, wait, who the fuck is Molly, right? You know what I mean? Like, obviously this is income, and it even says incoming. It says incoming to Johnny. So no, I agree. This should have been made clearer. And I don't know what the deal is if Ms. Meyers just dropped the ball or what.
Change her understanding of what it is like to be thrashed about.
And like, it's really slimy though that they, oh my God, look at that pause face right there. It's really slimy that Rottenborn tries to, I mean, clearly he's trying to make it look like Johnny Depp said that, right? Like it's misleading. It's dishonest.
Like a pleading mackerel.
I mean, and honestly, they're not supposed to do that, right? Like, but having said that, if the other side doesn't object, I don't know what did Miss Meyers just fucking just miss that completely? I feel like she. Right, but Molly, I'm pretty sure when they spell that differently. I have no idea, you guys. I mean, Molly is another name for MDMA, but this sounds like it's a Molly as in a person. My thought, so it's between him and Mr. Deuters, right? Like, is Mr. Deuters, like, we know he's married to Gina Deuters, but maybe at that point there was somebody else. Maybe he was dating a girl named Molly. I don't know. Should I back it up again? So we look at that face though. Let me back it up so we can see. So this does not sound like it's talking though about drugs. This sounds like it's talking about a girl named Molly. But the thing is it's incoming to Johnny's phone. That's the thing. Oh, so this actually has several people in it, it looks like. If you look at all the participants, so there's Stephen Deuters, and then there's couple other people, it looks like. So I wonder who it is that has a girlfriend named Molly, because that would be who's sending these, right? I mean, also a great point though, right? Yeah, for sure, Maisha, for sure.
What it is like to be thrashed about
Yeah, it's
like
group
a
text,
pleading
right,
mackerel.
right.
And then in all caps, you write, I need, I want, I take. Did I read that right?
You read it right, but I did not write that.
Gross. This is gross, man.
Perhaps someone else.
You wrote
had
every
my
other
phone.
text that you produced that came from
No.
you in this litigation, didn't you?
Not necessarily. Sometimes you give your phone to people and they
Now,
text
when you
from
got
it.
off that plane
Excuse me?
from Boston,
I'm sorry?
when you got off the plane from Boston, you knew Miss Heard was angry with you, didn't you?
It was pretty much a given.
Objection, calls for speculation.
And you understood her to be angry, right?
She was always angry, yes.
And you asked Mr. Deuters, same person, you can take this down, Michelle, please, thank you. Same person that you texted in that last exhibit, you asked Mr. Deuters to communicate with her on your behalf, correct?
I don't know what you're talking about. You'll have to explain.
You asked Mr. Deuters to communicate with Miss Heard by text to speak to her about the incident, correct?
About what incident?
To speak to her about the plane flight,
The plane?
the Boston plane.
The Boston plane. So you're saying that I influenced Mr. Deuters. I told him that he had to write this and I told him that he had to write that. Is that what you're saying?
No, it wasn't uncommon for Mr. Deuters to text, to communicate with Miss Heard on your behalf, correct?
Objection, calls for speculation.
He was your personal assistant. Mr. Deuters was your personal assistant, correct?
I had two personal assistants
Right.
at the time.
He was one of them, right?
Yeah, Mr. Deuters was one of them. Yes, sir.
Right, and it wasn't uncommon for you to ask Mr. Deuters to communicate with Miss Heard on your behalf, correct?
It wasn't uncommon for any of them to communicate with Miss Heard on my behalf if I were on set or unavailable or any of that.
Or if Miss Heard and you had a fight, you would sometimes have them to communicate with Miss Heard on your behalf, correct?
I think my crew caught on very quickly that
Just a yes or no,
would
Mr.
be
Depp.
necessary for them to.
No, just a yes or no. It was not uncommon after
Objection,
you and Miss
Your
Heard
Honor.
had
I'd ask that he be allowed to finish his
a yes or
answer.
no question, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Wasn't uncommon for you to have one of your personal assistants communicate with Miss Heard after you and her had a fight.
I disagree because you're insinuating that I had them do it and you don't know that.
After the Boston plane flight, you had Mr. Deuters communicate with Miss Heard, correct?
When I'm asked what to do, I said placate her, just placate her like we always do.
And you told him, send her whatever message you need to send to
I'm
placate.
sorry, he's
correct?
sorry, he feels bad, yes, because any other answer, it would turn into World War III.
Okay, can you pull up Exhibit 229, please? Your Honor, I think you know where I'm going here, and based on Mr. Depp's testimony, I'd ask move for the admission of Exhibit 229.
Your Honor, can we please approach?
Sure.
Okay, let me see if I have this sidebar. Do. Yes, indeed. Okay. All right, guys. Sidebar. The court. All right, Mr. Rottenborn. He testified to Ms. Meyers that he would never commit sexual battery. He just testified to me, quote, those words would never come out of my mouth. I would never say that. It's relevant and it's impeachment. Ms. Meyers, this is not, wait a second. Hold on. We already read this one. Sorry, guys. Hold on. Let me find the next sidebar. It's not very far down. Okay, here it is. Sorry. Ms. Meyers, Your Honor, these are not Mr. Depp's words. These are the words of the court. He's saying, quote, just placate her. Mr. Rottenborn, he said, quote, tell her what she needs to hear, end quote. The court sustained. Mr. Rottenborn, okay, all right. The court appreciate the try and back to open court. Yeah. Kelly, that's a good question. Hi, Andrea. Happy that you're here, man. Coolio. Oh, I know the right. I know the mackerel. The thing that I think would be the closest way we could understand that would be through Gina Deuters' testimony and when she got kicked out. Let me see. Let's do this because squirrels. Let me do this real quick. Let me see if I can pull up because we all know her testimony doesn't get very far. Let me see if I can find. Y'all ready? Ask and you shall receive, guys. This is how we do it over here in Squirrel World. All right. So let us find. Oh, it's still loading. Sorry. Let me do this. Searching for the name. Okay, let's see. If there's okay, good. It found us more. Excellent. Okay, I thought it said there was only one. I was like, well, okay, well. Why is it showing me DE, dude? Let's try this. We need the right letters. All righty. Okay, cool. Here we go. Let's just take a look and see if that answer is in here. So that's true. She was kicked out. Awesome, dude. Yes, that's true. So, but we're going to see if we can find out anything about her husband, Stephen, via their discussions about Gina, just to see, because it's a good question. I feel like it must have come up, right? So here's this, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so here, okay, let's see what we can glean. Stephen and I, our first two films, we worked on the same film, but then he went off to do Pirates and I went off to do other films, so I wouldn't always be with them. I know that in between projects, Johnny was always mindful that me and Stephen did spend too much time apart. So she's mentioning Stephen, okay. Okay, interesting here. Let me zoom in a bit here, guys. Check it out. All right. So can you generally describe for us what was your husband's relationship with Mr. Depp? It's a great one. So they are very close professionally and personally. Yeah, great question, Kelly. It seems like they should have called him, right? I know that Stephen really respects Johnny, looks up to him, and Johnny's been a mentor to him and has really encouraged Stephen's career to develop, and they're great friends too. Yeah, I don't know. This is very weird. This is weird. Why didn't they call him? Let's just see. Let's just see the part where Johnny and Stephen had gone on location to shoot Lone Ranger. I'm just looking to see the point where they go to like the sidebar. MDMA, right? All that. Okay. Okay, here we go. Here they go. All right. Your Honor, when we approach. Okay, sidebar. Okay, let's just see. Maybe this will give us some answers. We just got word that this witness has been posting this week on social media facts about the case or opinion about this case. So this might be why. This is why I wanted to pull this up, Kelly. So here's the letter that she posted, quote, "Our dear friend got a few wins this week in court this week, and yet some of us continue to belittle him. What I'm wondering, we're gonna keep reading, but I'm wondering if it's because of the fact that her and her husband are married, obviously, that would be why, right? I've never seen this. Let's just see. She's a witness. She's not supposed to be watching the trial. Okay, so they're gonna ask questions. All right, let's just see. I'm wondering if this is what it is because he's been watching it as well. Have you been watching the trial this week? I've seen clips of it. Yes. Have you been watching parts of the trial? Yes. With testimonies, I've seen clips. Okay, let's just see if they mention anything about Stephen. They don't say anything about it. Interesting. Okay, let's just see. She said she hadn't witnessed anything, but she was very honest. I do appreciate that she was watching. Yeah, who was it? Wait, now I'm trying to remember, guys. Gina Deuters wasn't she the one? Hold on. Oh, okay. These are all good questions, you guys. So now I'm trying to remember. So Gina Deuters she was the one that was in Amber's posse, right? And got kicked out and whatnot, right? Because it sounds like she's on Johnny's side, right? From this thing. Like, where'd it go? You know, she was like, our friend got a win. Where is it? Here we go. Yeah. Our dear friend got a few wins in court this week, and yet some of us continue to belittle him. Is it what? I'm confused. Was it somebody else who was coming into court with Amber and got kicked out? Because my memory says it was Gina. I'm really confused now, guys. And maybe I don't know. I hate that they don't let us see that shit. Oh, Eve Barlow. Okay, she's been passing notes to Miss Heard during this trial. She passed up a cell phone with an undated screenshot picture of Miss Deuters' post that's 2 years old. Wait a second. She's the girlfriend of Miss Heard. She passed up that misleading post. You guys, I'm trying to remember this. This is the one. This is the one I was thinking of, guys. Okay, I got it confused. See, this is the one. This is the one I was thinking of that gets kicked out. That's not supposed to be sitting there. Okay, I said only legal team in the front row. There's plenty of seats in the court. It's Eve Barlow. Okay, I got it confused. Eve Barlow. Right. Now I remember. Okay. Right. Eve Barlow. That's who it was. Kelly, you're saying no to what? They're referencing Eve Barlow here in the sidebar. Right? Because it says she's the one that passed that to Rottenborn without a date. They're referring to Eve Barlow. Right. Okay. Yeah. Right. Okay. Maybe I didn't make myself clear enough. There was a lot of family in, and I can see where there's confusion, but I think we just made a clear-cut rule now that only people that work for you are on the front row, so you can interact with them. So no electronics, blah, blah, no emailing. Okay. Yeah, they don't talk about Stephen, though. Very weird. I don't know. what the deal is. And I don't know why he would have not come to testify in person. The whole thing is weird with Stephen Deuters. I don't know the answer to that. Oh man. Right. 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 That's what I thought. So it's correct that, where did my mouse go? Mouse. Okay. Yes. So it is correct that Gina and ostensibly Steven sounds like they support Johnny Depp, right? That's what it sounds like. And then Eve Barlow was the weasel. But Gina Deuters said she'd been watching the trial. So that's why she got, you know, the statement actually ended up not being, actually was irrelevant because that came in, that statement from the thing came in after she said she'd already been watching the witnesses. Like she went ahead and said that like before the screenshot. So like she could have, so she must have just, that must have just been a coincidence, I guess, right? Very weird. Okay, so shall we get back to I think we already read this one. Okay, we were back to the court, actually, I do believe. Unless you guys have another question.
Mr. Depp, you were pretty angry after Miss Heard got her temporary restraining order, weren't you?
Angry. I was, more than anything, I was hurt.
And you testified earlier this morning, you claimed that you somehow were responsible for her getting the role with Warner Brothers, correct? That's what you testified to this morning. You also tried to get her fired from Aquaman, didn't you? After the temporary restraining order.
Which question would you like me to handle first?
One
Well
question, sir.
said.
You tried to get her fired from the Aquaman after the temporary restraining order, didn't you?
Well, what is related to the story about me getting
It just
her-
yes or no, Mr. Depp. I don't. I
So
didn't
life
ask
does
what
not come
related,
down to
what
yes or
story
no at all
related to.
times. I can't please you with a yes or a no every single time.
It's a yes or no question, Mr. Depp. You tried to get Ms. Heard fired, didn't you?
Answer's no.
All right, let's pull up Exhibit 821.
Is that
Mr.
me
Depp,
trying to
is
get her
this-
fired?
This is a text message that you had with your sister, Chrissy Dombrowski. She was the first witness in this case, right?
She doesn't work at Warner Brothers.
She-
You can't fire Amber.
This is a text message you had with her on June 4th, 2016, isn't it?
June 12th, yes.
Your Honor, move for the admission of Exhibit 821 as redacted.
Any objection?
We would object on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
I'll overrule that objection, 821 in evidence.
And on June 4th, 2016, Mr. Depp, you texted your sister, I want her replaced on that WB film. Did I read that right?
You did.
Her is referring to Amber, right?
That's correct.
And WB is Warner Brothers, correct?
Again, correct, yes.
And then after you sent this text to your sister, following the temporary restraining order, you reached out to Guy Silverstein to have him fire Amber, correct?
Who?
It's Greg Silverstein, I'm sorry.
I don't recall reaching out to Greg Silverstein.
You reach out to Sue Crawl to get him to
Particularly.
fire Miss Heard, right?
I had vetted Miss Heard.
I
I had vetted Miss Heard.
Mr. Depp, you got your chance to
Warner
speak this morning.
Brothers
Your Honor,
had, Warner
as-
Brothers
Sorry.
had two franchises.
Mr. Depp, if you could just answer the question, sir. Next question.
you reached out to Greg Silverstein to get him to try to get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
I
Asked and
reached-
answered.
Excuse me.
Asked and answered.
It's a yes or no question that he hasn't answered, yes or
All
no.
right.
Yes or no, sir? you reached out to Greg Silverstein to try to get Amber fired from Aquaman.
Second half of your question is wrong, sir.
You
I
reached out to Sue
them
Kroll.
because I vetted her.
No, Mr. Depp. You reached out to Sue
What
Kroll
you
to
like,
get
I
her
don't
to try to get her to help you get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
No,
And you reached out to Kevin Sujihara to try to get him to help you get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
no.
Can you pull up Exhibit 857, please? Mr. Depp, this is a text message that you sent to Christian Carino on August 15th, 2016, correct?
This is already in evidence, correct? Or is it 857?
Parts of it are,
Oh, so not this,
not this
well,
version.
this can't be 857, then don't,
850,
Mr.
sorry.
Unbur, you can't do this to me.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Understood. We'll call it 857A.
857. Okay. All right, yes, sir, thank you.
My apologies, Your Honor. Mr. Depp, you sent this text to Christian Carino on August 15th?
I most certainly did.
Okay. And in this text that you sent to Christian Carino is the person who used to be Amber's agent and then was your agent for a time, correct?
That is correct.
And in this text, Your Honor, permission to publish, please.
Do you want to put in evidence
Yeah.
first?
Move for admission of
Any
857A.
objection?
No objection.
All right, 857A, as redacted, will be in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in this text, Mr. Depp, you said, she's begging for total global humiliation. She's going to get it. I'm going to need your texts about San Francisco, brother. I'm even sorry to ask, but she sucked Mollusk's crooked dick and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have no mercy, no fear, and not an ounce of emotion, or what I once thought was love for this gold-digging, low-level, dime a dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. I'm so fucking happy she wants to go to fight this out. She will hit the wall hard, and I cannot wait to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my life. I met a fucking sublime little Russian here, which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove. I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face. I'll show him things he's never seen before, like the other side of his dick when I slice it off. Did I read that right?
You did.
Now, not long after this, you can take that down, Michelle. Thank you. Not long after this, you met Mr. Waldman in the late summer or fall of 2016, correct?
I believe, yeah, September, October, somewhere in there, whatever.
And he's been your attorney since then, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you met with him with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
I'm sorry, again?
You and Mr. Waldman together met with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
Are you asking me a question about my attorney and I?
Yeah, that you two met with people from the Daily Mail in London in February 2020.
Was that during the London trial?
No,
No?
in February.
I don't recall it, though.
Okay.
I don't.
If, to the extent Mr. Waldman testified that you did, you don't dispute that, correct?
I just don't recall it.
Okay. You don't disagree with Mr. Waldman's testimony that you and he met with people from the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, correct?
If that's Mr. Waldman's testimony, then.
Okay.
But I just didn't necessarily know who these people were,
Right.
I guess.
The same month that the Daily Mail released alleged tapes between you and Amber.
Objection
Correct.
calls for speculation, lack of
Alleged-
personal knowledge.
Alleged.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Now, Mr. Depp, you testified, and I wrote it down before lunch. You said when Ms. Meyers asked you something about, how does it feel to make you, or how does it feel to be here? You said, I've been living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to get the truth out. Remember saying that?
Yes.
You also said, I've spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back. Something to that effect. You remember saying that?
Yes.
And you've claimed several times in this proceeding, Mr. Depp, that this trial is your first chance to tell your story, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
But that's just not true, is it, Mr. Depp? That's not true.
No, for me it is true.
Okay, well, here's the thing. The fact is, Mr. Depp, when Dan Wooten wrote an article that was published in The Sun calling you a wife beater, you brought a lawsuit against The Sun in June of 2018, correct?
Yes, I brought
And that was 6 months before Ms. Heard ever wrote her op-ed, correct?
I don't know.
And in the summer of 2020, there was a several-week trial in London against The Sun, correct?
Ms. Heard was not a party to that trial. Was she?
Not my question, Mr. Depp. In the article that The Sun wrote that you sued over, you sued for Mr. Wooten calling you a wife beater, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Next question.
And in the trial that you subsequently brought, you called a lot of witnesses, right?
I don't know what a lot is. I don't know.
Many people testified on both sides of the trial, correct?
Yes, many people.
And many exhibits were introduced, correct?
Like a trial, yes.
And you, just like in this trial, you were on the stand for several days in that trial, correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
And that trial involved the same factual issues that you are litigating here, which is whether you
Objection
committed
calls
domestic
for
abuse
illegal.
against Amber Heard.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
You brought that case against The Sun because you were angry at The Sun for calling you a wife beater, correct?
Yeah, that's
And you
probably a
went,
pretty good reason.
and you went through that trial in London,
But that's
correct?
like annoying though,
I
right?
did indeed, yes.
It's not that he was angry, it's that it was defamation, right? Like again, it's just like with Amber, right? What they're saying isn't true, right? Oh, hi HW, hi Iowa, glad you guys are here. Wait, what was this question? I can't say because I don't have a better half. Unfortunately, shout out to all of you guys that do. Oh, Wooten, right. I don't know that. I don't know. Maisha might know. But shout out to Iowa. For anyone who hasn't checked out Iowa Backyard Cam, they have the cutest animals, including squirrels, baby bunnies, raccoons, 24/7 cute animal time. Just so shout out to Iowa. And shout out to HW. I know, right? Yeah. So yeah, but anyway, this is just annoying.
Mr. Depp, you've already had a chance to tell your story, haven't you?
No, there
Objection
were
asked and
great
answered.
limitations in the UK trial.
Overruled. Okay.
No further questions.
All right. Redirect. Thank you.
Mr. Depp, Mr. Rottenborn asked you some questions about the UK trial. Why do you feel that this is the first time that you've actually had an opportunity to tell your story and, as you said, get the load off your back?
As the UK trial was me suing Dan Wooten and The Sun for defamation for calling me a wife beater. The UK have there are different laws, there are different ways they handle things. There are also limitations in evidence. Some things can be brought up, some things cannot be
Your Honor,
brought
as
up.
they
And
said, it calls
Mr.
for a legal
Rottenborn.
conclusion. He's talking about limitations in evidence in the English.
Your
rules.
Honor, he's talking about his experience testifying.
Overruled.
He'll be okay. Yes, there is a very, everything is quite boxed in with regard to what
Wait,
can
hold
be
on.
said, what
Did
can
you
be.
just say you'll be okay to Mr. Rottenborn? Oh my God. I don't know if I've caught that before. Hold on.
Talking about
I know, right?
limitations and evidence in the English.
Your Honor,
rules.
he's talking about his experience testifying.
Overruled.
You'll be okay.
That's
Yes,
awesome.
there is a very, everything is quite boxed in with regard to what can be said, what can be spoken about. So Ms. Heard provided information to the Sun as their star witness, but the case was not brought against Ms. Heard. It was brought against the Sun newspaper, journal, whatever it is.
Mr. Rottenborn referenced that you were on the stand for multiple days.
4.5, I believe, yes.
What was the nature of that examination? Or excuse me, who was conducting that examination of you?
QC Sasha Was,
And whose attorney was that?
the Sun's.
Can we please pull up DX 857A?
All right, it's already in evidence, so we can publish it.
Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this text message when Mr. Rottenborn was questioning you?
Oh, yes, I do.
Can you explain what you're conveying to Mr. Carino in this text message?
I'm in total shock that this is happening to me, that my entire life on the planet has been brought to the head of a pin with all this completely, utterly false information. So I am, when you're accused of horrific acts and things that you have not done, when it's actually some very ugly things that are going out there into the world about you on a nonstop basis by Ms. Heard and her team, you have a tendency as humans to get very, very irate and angry, not to the point where you go out and hurt someone, not to the point even where you assault a cabinet. But you do get irate. You do wonder why this person is doing this to me. So many things go through your head. And then you've got your family, you've got your kids, you've got your parent. My mom, thankfully, didn't get to read any of this because that would have killed her. But my father, my family, everyone that I've met, the people that have supported me, suddenly I'm scum. Why? Never had to happen. One little lie. So yes, very angry.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 821?
That was powerful testimony.
Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this text message when Mr. Rottenborn was asking you questions?
Yes, he loves this one, yes.
Yes. Would you care to explain what you're trying to convey in this text message?
Well, Warner Brothers were about to find themselves in quite a dilemma. as the person that they had just cast.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation as to what Warner Brothers knew or thought.
Didn't I meet with them?
We could just wait for the question. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, without explaining what Warner Brothers felt, why did you send this text message to your sister? And what were, excuse me, strike that. What were you trying to convey to your sister when you sent this text message?
Honestly, I felt responsibility for having gone to those people and painted such a beautiful picture.
Objection. Hearsay, Your Honor. Now he's talking about what he said to Warner Brothers.
Overruled.
Please continue.
You change seats.
So sorry, you can please continue.
I felt it was my responsibility to get the truth to Warner Brothers about what they were going to end up facing down the line, which is 2 franchises that would be causing problems for one another, especially as any news, any press, any media that came out about me at that time had been turned into, I was Charles Manson, I was the worst thing on earth, and they just kept coming. It was like a nonstop fire. So my responsibility, after having painted a beautiful picture of her for them, was to tell them, I think you better.
Objection, Your Honor. He's getting into what he claims he told Warner Brothers or wanted to.
He's saying what he wanted to tell them. He's not saying what he actually told them.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, you mentioned 2 franchise films with Warner Brothers. What 2 franchise films are you referring to?
There was Aquaman and Fantastic Beasts, the one that I was in.
And why did you feel a responsibility with respect to those 2 franchise films?
Warner Brothers was starting to get quite upset about some of the things that were being said about me in the press that were constant hit pieces. On one level, yes, it's just acting, it's just movies, but it's business and it's your word.
Of course.
And I had given my word to them, and I felt responsible that I had to tell them exactly what was going on, and that it was going to end up ugly.
And which of those 2 film franchises were you a part of?
I'm sorry?
Which of those 2 film franchises were you a part of?
I was in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and I was in the Fantastic Beasts: The Crimes of Grindelwald.
Could we please pull up DX 883?
Has anybody seen Fantastic Beasts?
Now, Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing these text messages during Mr. Rottenborn's examination?
Oh, God, yeah. Yes, I remember.
And you didn't seem to recall
Oh,
these text
good.
messages.
Yay,
Is that
good.
fair?
Okay, good.
It truly is fair. It's not, I'm not.
Do you have any?
Knows, I don't know who Molly is. I don't know any.
There is the Molly part.
About this.
Yep.
Do you have any understanding of what you're referring to in this text message? Or these 2 text messages?
She's
No.
looking it up though because she's acting like.
Honestly, if somebody else had borrowed my phone or something and made this text to Stephen, possibly.
Okay.
But I don't understand
There you have it.
I don't have that kind of, I don't write like, I don't have that kind of hubris or
Y'all.
expectation.
Oh, that is her
That's
mistake.
quite grotesque.
Dude,
Text.
she fucking didn't catch it. I was right. I was hoping I was going to be wrong about that. She fucking, like, when she brought it up, I was like, oh, great. And then it's like, oh. She's like, why did you write it? Dude, no. Oh, my God. Dude. She didn't catch it. How? Like, how can you not catch it? He doesn't say anything. He's just receiving it. He doesn't even respond. Oh, my God. That's frustrating.
Can we take that down, please? Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1821? Mr. Depp, do you recognize this document?
That is behind the bar, yes.
Okay. And do you see Mr. Ronborn asked you some questions about whether there was a telephone.
Yes,
in
now
Australia.
I see a telephone there now.
Yes. And
I did,
did you
I really
recall that
did.
telephone being there?
I don't recall the telephone being there, but I can see it now.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820? Do you recall me showing you this text message earlier on? Or excuse me, do you recall
Yes,
me
of
showing you
course.
this picture
Yes,
during your examination?
yes, yeah.
Okay. And I think I asked you whether you recall a phone being mounted on the wall in the left of this picture. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And what was your answer to that?
no.
That actually is really good. I hadn't really paid attention to that before. So they were two different questions about the phone. That's good.
Mr. Depp, Mr. Rottenborn asked you some questions about your honeymoon. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And I believe you had testified that you and Miss Heard were on the Orient Express together.
that's correct, yes.
Where had you been prior to being on the Orient Express?
We had been in Australia. And then made it over to Thailand to catch the Orient Express.
If we could bring up the Plaintiff's Exhibit 162 again. Mr. Depp, do you know who took this picture?
Malcolm Connolly.
And despite what Mr. Rottenborn showed you about the picture of you prior to this, do you see a bruise on your face in this picture?
I see like what looks like a pretty decent shiner and a kind of a scratched up nose, yes.
And do you recall how you got the scratches and the shiner?
There was a very brief freak out that Miss Heard had in our cabin just before this dinner. I can't remember why, but there were many. I remember taking the photograph, though. I mean, I remember being there. I remember meeting the chef and all that. But I mean, the quality of the photo is not great. The quality of the other photo that he showed us has been prettied up.
Mr. Depp, did you ever physically abuse Miss Heard during your relationship?
Never. Never.
No further questions.
All right, sir, you can have a seat next to your attorneys. Thank you.
Boy,
Very much.
there you go.
Thank you.
Your next witness,
That called Morgan Tremaine.
didn't quite get that, I'm sorry.
Mr. Depp calls Morgan Tremaine.
All right, Morgan Tremaine.
Okay, so we watched him, of course. Yeah, I agree, Maisha. I bet they did too. But still, it's just really shitty that she didn't. So how are Fantastic Beasts, is it good? And what is it about? So you guys, let's see here. Hold on. We need to finish the rest of the rebuttal. So we need to do this. We need to go to day 23. Because we have a new Amber outfit. These people, I believe we're gonna have, and there she is. That's what I was looking for. Oh my God.
Okay.
You guys ready?
All right. Did you want to approach just for a moment?
And I need to pull up the right sidebars.
Thank you, Doctor. Just a reminder that you're still under oath, okay, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And could you please just remind the jury who you are again?
Sure, I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist. I am board certified in forensic psychology. I am the president-elect of the trauma division of the American Psychological Association. And I evaluated Amber Heard over 6 visits for approximately 29 hours.
Okay. And why are you here today?
To offer a rebuttal testimony to Shannon Curry's testimony of yesterday.
Okay. Now, Dr. Curry said you used improper methods. Would you agree with that?
No, I would not.
Why? Please explain.
As I testified to you all several weeks ago, I used a standard forensic procedure that is well established in our field. It is a multi-method, multi-hypothesis driven procedure where you're looking at a variety of different details and tests and external data to arrive at an opinion, and you're looking at the consistency across that data. There are 3 sort of sets of tests that we use as forensic psychologists, and I think that's where it seems that Dr. Curry seems confused.
No.
We have forensic assessment instruments. Those are instruments that are very neatly tied to a legal criteria. Those are most notably done in a criminal court for competency. If someone has competency to stand trial, we have very clear measures that can track that legal criteria. The next level are forensically relevant instruments. And those instruments are not linked to a specific legal criteria, but they do have information that's germane to that finding. And that can be an example of a risk assessment measure and a malingering measure. So the malingering measure that I utilized was the MFAST, and that was the only malingering measure in this case. The third category are clinical assessment instruments, and those are instruments that are validated and well-researched and used in the clinical realm as we understand people's symptomatology and diagnostic and functional capacities. Those are things like the MMPI, the PAI, the CAPS, the TSI, because they are clinically relevant and they still give us very valuable information to individuals who are involved in a court case. And the reason that we do that and we use these clinical measures is because the majority of the people that we see are in a clinical realm. They're not in a courtroom. So they're well-validated and well-researched methods. What we also do is use a very different types of tests within that category. We use some checklists, some face valid checklists. We use some tests that are those broadband personality inventories. We use structured clinical interviews. And then we look for the consistency across those data points. And when we use different types of tests, it gives us information about the individual, how they go about these tests in these different modalities.
Now, Dr. Curry seemed to suggest that Amber Heard tested the most extreme category in all of these different tests. Is that accurate?
That is
Objection compound.
Overruled.
That is not accurate. They were not on the checklist. I mean, people sometimes do. They go, all the time, this happens to me all the time, frequently. And that is not how she endorsed these tests. She endorsed them in a very moderate way, in a very nuanced way, describing her symptoms that I determined was accurate and reliable.
Now, Dr. Curry also suggested that Amber Heard was tested very, very high, 98 percentile, I think, on malingering and feigning. Could you speak to that, please?
Sure. So, I mean, she said a lot of things. So let's go through those tests. The first was the PAI, and that's that other broadband psychological
Objection,
measure.
non-responsive.
I think it's very responsive.
Sustained.
Okay. Could you tell the jury about the PAI test that Dr. Curry
Yes. So,
addressed?
yes. Thank you. So that's the broadband measure that has validity scales built into it that gives us indications about how the individual goes about the test. I told you last time that there was no evidence of malingering or exaggeration or feigning on that test. What Dr. Curry was talking about was this tendency to put your best foot forward, to minimize faults on this PAI. That scale was right at the cusp. And then there are two other measures that we look at that to say, you know, is this enough for an elevation for me to consider that as a serious response distortion, of which Dr. Curry was saying, and it was not. What was relevant on this test was there were elevations on anxiety, on affective anxiety, meaning anxiety, tension, worry, on traumatic stress, on hyperactivity, and on affective instability. Those were the four scales that were elevated on this test. The borderline scale was not elevated on this test. And this test—
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. She's so offensive though. Well, you last time, like to the jury. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, dude, stop it. Okay, so let's find this sidebar. Okay. All right, sidebar. Mr. Dennison, there was no evidence, no disclosure in her initial disclosure, any of the subsequent disclosures about any diagnosis of borderline personality disorder or any personality disorder by this witness. Ms. Bredoff, all she's doing is rebutting what Dr. Curry said yesterday. She's not doing anything from the disclosures, and Your Honor allowed them to rebut the testimony too. Outside of that, she said specifically on this test. Mr. Dennison, you'll remember the last time this witness testified, I objected. Ms. Bredoff, excuse me, does this count against my time? Oh my God. The court, it kind of does, but go ahead. Mr. Dennison, you remember the last time we were here with this witness, I objected to this borderline personality materials being outside the scope of the disclosure. The court, she can't rebut something that she hasn't actually done herself. She can rebut anything that Dr. Curry has done, okay? So I'll sustain the objection. Mr. Dennison, thank you. Ms. Bredoff, thank you.
No.
So Dr. Curry.
All right, here we go. Cool. Oh, this is when she calls her Dr. Curry. Oh my God, you guys.
So Dr. Curry, let's move to the
Oh my
TSI
God.
2. Dr. Curry testified
Oh my
about
God.
your findings on that. Did you agree with her testimony yesterday?
No.
Please
Again,
describe why. Explain why.
Oh my
what Dr.
God.
Curry went back to,
Oh my God.
which is this 98th percentile, which I told you in the manual. All you have to do is read the manual. It says specifically that we do not use the percentile ranks for this test. That indicates to me that, you know, Dr. Curry does not know the psychometric properties of this test, and then she then is therefore not qualified to interpret it. That score, the one that's elevated, she's talking about that percentile rank, has a raw score. Amber's raw score is a 10. The cutoff score is a 15. She's nowhere near that level of exaggerated symptoms where I can't further look at that test. Secondly, there are 3 scales out of about, maybe there's about 20, a little more on the TSI that were elevated. Intrusive experiences, that's when thoughts and memories of the trauma come into your mind when you don't want them. Defensive avoidance, sort of behavioral ways that we try to push out those memories and not think about them. And then relational avoidance, a way of having difficulty in interpersonal relationships. Those are all trauma-based symptoms, and those were elevated on this test.
Thank you. Dr. Hughes, the MFAS, Dr. Curry addressed that as well and had criticisms for your interpretations. Do you agree with that?
No.
Please explain to the
So
jury.
the MFAST, as I told you last time, is a measure of malingering. It's the only measure of malingering that was done in this case. Dr. Curry did not independently administer a measure of malingering, and there are other ones that she could have done to augment her evaluation. And she kept saying something, the MFAST is not for malingered PTSD. That's wrong on a couple levels. People who are going to malinger and feign don't only feign one diagnosis. They sometimes talk about all different symptoms that they have, and they exaggerate and they make themselves seem much worse than they are. So when you're doing an evaluation, you're giving a malingering measure to get a sense of how this person is responding to this evaluation. Now, what you do is you take those 3 tests that I talked to you about, the PAI, the TSI, and the MFAST, all with valid validity scales, you have greater confidence in your results. And that is in the literature, and that's literature that Dr. Curry cited in her report that bolsters the methodology that I used. That in the study that had the PAI, the MFAST, and the TSI in the title of detecting feigned from bona fide
Sounds so
PTSD.
defensive, it's insane.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Curry also talked about the danger assessment scale and suggested that you had inappropriately interpreted that. Do you agree?
That's also incorrect.
Please describe for the jury.
Which I told you last time, the danger assessment scale has statistically validated risk factors for serious or lethal domestic violence. Those risk factors exist whether we go forward, we're sitting with someone in an acute setting and assessing them right now, or if we look backward and we look retrospectively about what factors may have been present in a case that indicated severity. That instrument is used in what we call, there's called domestic fatality review boards. Those are boards after somebody has been killed, a homicide has occurred in a domestic situation. They look at these risk factors to see what was there and what could be done.
All right. Dr. Curry also criticized your administering of the CAPS 5. Do you agree with her criticisms?
I do not.
Will you please explain to the jury?
So the CAPS 5, as you all have heard multiple times, is a structured clinical interview in determining PTSD according to DSM-5 criteria. On this measure, Amber Heard scored in a moderate range. She did not over-exaggerate on this test. She could have said no, mild, moderate, severe, and extreme. All of hers were either 2s or 1s or 0s, not above that. So she's scoring in the moderate range, which still has functional impairments. I mean, we don't want someone to be having moderate PTSD, but that's not an exaggerated profile or exaggerated response style of someone who's answering an instrument.
Right. And the last of these Dr. Curry referred to was the PCL-5. Do you agree with her criticisms of your administration and interpretation of that?
No, so the PCL-5 is a checklist of symptoms of PTSD. It is, as she said, it is a face valid instrument. It means it's very clear about how you can endorse this. But what the person has to do is say, how disturbed am I by these symptoms? And when you have face valid measures with these other measures that have the built-in sort of validity scales, you're sort of controlling for that response bias error. You're controlling for that individual to sort of over-exaggerate. But then what you do with that test, because this is, we're not just administering them like robots, is you go and you do a clinical assessment. And that's what I did. I took what she wrote, what she endorsed on that test in January of 2021, and I did a clinical assessment of those symptoms to see if they meet criteria for PTSD. That is something we do clinically, and I do in my office all the time. And yes, she did meet PTSD from that in January 2021.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Curry said you misinterpreted her test results. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree that I agree that I interpreted them, that she misinterpreted them.
Okay. And please explain.
Yes. So I said that before. My stance on the MMPI and how she interpreted it is, I believe, wrong. And I think
Objection, Your Honor.
All right.
That's the issue we just addressed.
All right.
I don't.
If you want to approach.
And there it is. Okay. All right. For a sidebar, Miss Fredahoff, she explicitly said that Dr. Hughes misinterpreted her test results. The court, right, Mr. Dennison, she did. The court, she answered that question, but she went further. Mr. Dennison, now she wants to go further and talk about the borderline personality issue. Miss Fredahoff, I'll move on. Mr. Dennison, thank you. And back to open court they go. For the water.
Now, Dr. Hughes, Dr. Curry also testified that a victim of PTSD has to effectively be prone and unable to function at all. Would you agree with that?
Objection misstates the
He
evidence.
does mistake the
She
evidence.
said they couldn't hike,
Does
they
misstate
couldn't
it.
move, they couldn't
She does
function in
mistake it. I
any
agree.
shape, way, shape, or
Overruled
form.
objection.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's awful.
No, that is not correct. That is often actually a myth and misconception about individuals who are struggling with PTSD or trauma-based disorders. And I'm often called to answer that and speak to that. People who are struggling with trauma and PTSD are very strong, courageous, resilient people, even though that they're struggling. They get up, they have to go to work and drop their kid off at school and go to the market, even though they're struggling with these symptoms. So I often talk
What
about
are
it
you,
as sort of walking around with a
1700?
50-pound bag of flour on their backs, just sort of trying to get through the day, where sometimes that button's going to press play and the trauma is going to start activating in their head, and then they're going to be having to think about it and have startle and have physiological reactions until they can find a way to hit that pause and shut it off again. So they still have, impairments in other ways, but they go about their lives. They're not, totally debilitated. If you have someone in that high range, the highest score is an 80 on the CAPS. Ms. Heard had a 28. If you have someone in the higher range, we have seen people who are, severely disabled because of it, but that's not the norm of people who have this moderate PTSD.
And did you find functional impairment with Amber?
Yes, I did.
Now, Dr. Curry also said that it is not within the scope of a psychologist to evaluate domestic violence. Do you agree with that?
Of course, I don't agree with that. This is what I do for a living, day in, day out, for 25 years. We are specifically trained to understand the profound impact that trauma has on people's lives. That's what we do in the trauma division of the American Psychological Association. We disseminate that knowledge. And domestic violence is one of those profound traumas. Domestic violence is part of state licensing boards, that you can't get licensed in some states unless you take training on domestic violence. You can't renew your license unless you get training on domestic violence. So people who have, specialized training in this area, it is, beholden upon them to accurately assess for intimate partner violence and sexual violence. And it's more important to assess for this sort of scientific understanding of what domestic violence is. So you have to assess for the physical violence, the psychological violence, the surveillance, the economic, the emotional abuse, and the sexual violence. That is not gratuitous. That is
Objection.
understanding.
Narrative.
All right. Next question. Let's take a question.
Okay. Now, Dr. Curry suggested that you made a determination just based on personal opinion and just on checklists and a couple of tests that you misinterpreted. Would you agree with that?
I vehemently disagree with that. As I stated to you, over 29 hours and 12 psychological tests and reviewing a slew of documents in this case, most importantly, therapy records and interviews, collateral interviews with therapists, using all that data. That is what a solid forensic methodological exam looks like. And then I made my conclusions based on my clinical education, knowledge, and training to come up with a professional expert opinion.
And just to remind, to make sure we're reminded here,
Oh,
you were
no.
qualified in this court, in this case, as an expert in forensic psychology, specifically in domestic violence and in I just lost it.
My God.
And in violence, correct? And in trauma, correct?
But I believe
Objection,
it-
Your Honor, misstates the record.
If you want to ask the question again.
Yeah, I probably should do that.
No.
You were
Elaine.
qualified. I gotta find my note.
Oh my God. Oh my
You were
God.
qualified as an expert in forensic psychology with a specialty in domestic violence and in trauma, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that was in this case.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, do you still hold the same opinions you did that you gave the jury earlier?
Yes, I do.
And do you still hold them within a reasonable degree of psychological probability and certainty?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, but can we approach quickly?
Sure.
Approach, approach, they're going to approach. I know, right? Here we go. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Mr. Dennison, the witness suggested that her 29 hours was somehow valuable here. I was hopeful that I could ask her whether she knew whether Dr. Curry was limited in the total number of hours she was able to meet with Ms. Heard. I don't want to get into the details, but Dr. Curry had a total of 12 hours, and she's comparing her 29 hours to her. We're talking apples and oranges. Ms. Brock, they asked for, in fact, it was 14. They asked for 14. We said yes. We agreed to the full amount they asked for. She wasn't limited. If she had asked for 20, we probably would have agreed to that. If she asked for 29, we probably would have agreed to that. We agreed to what was asked for. The court, I'm not going to allow it, Ms. Bredoff. Thank you, Mr. Dennison. Thank you. And here we go, everybody. Hopefully y'all could hear the goat as I was goating. I would have to say Amber's outfit is maybe the least annoying today of maybe the whole trial. What do you guys think? Maybe if the spinning wheel stops, we can assess it. Here we go. Yay. Some excellent.
Good morning, Dr. Hughes.
Good morning, Mr. Dennison.
The last time you were here, I believed that you testified that you had diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD before you gave the gold standard CAPS-5 test.
That's correct.
Right. And that diagnosis is actually reflected in the first of the disclosures you put forward in this case.
I believe the first disclosure was February 2021. And at that point, I had done 11 psychological tests. That's correct.
Right. And your disclosure reads, Ms. Heard's responses on the PCL-5 support a DSM-5 diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder with an etiology of intimate partner violence she experienced by a former partner. Remember writing that?
That's correct.
Okay. You just testified that you need to read the manual, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can we put up 1311 as a demonstrative?
Any objection to
I don't know
1311?
what it is, Your Honor.
All right, if you want to
May we
leave,
approach?
you want to approach?
Oh my God, Elaine. Stop it. All right. Judge A shouldn't have said anything, man, because Elaine just wasn't, dude. Okay. Ms. Bredoff, I just don't know what it is. The court. I assume something from the manual, just if I could guess something from the manual. Yep, common sense, right? Mr. Dennison, yeah. Ms. Bredoff, what page is that? Mr. Dennison, we're only on the second page. Ms. Bredoff, well, what is that? What is that? It's a chart. Mr. Dennison, I know he had the wrong thing up. The court, now it's up. It's danger assessment. Mr. Dennison, let me get him to the right one. The court, let's see the right one first. Mr. Dennison, may I approach to the witness and give it to her? The court, okay, sure. Where's my mouse? Here we go.
Thank you.
I don't see this in my document.
Oh my
They're
God.
getting the right one.
Nina.
Yeah, we got it.
Oh God.
Let's use 1312.
13,
Kelly B
12.
asking about the goat. So I know that there's you can get the sound like I think it's I don't know it's somewhere like on YouTube or something. But I have the same goat as EDB and Runkle. It's the goat. It's the same goat. And I got it on Amazon. Actually, I didn't know it was even possible. And then there was a live stream where Kit Smith, where is Kit Smith? I don't know why we haven't seen Kit Smith tonight. Shout out to Kit Smith. But anyway, she was like, he sent me a super chat and was like, for a screaming goat, so you can get one. And I was like, I don't know where you get one. And she was like, here's the link, and like sent me the link. But it's on Amazon, and it's the same one that EDB and Runkle have. And yeah, so you can get one there. And there's several different ones, but the one that I found was the same. Again, it was this. I wanted the same kind that they have. So yes, indeed. But you can also like, I know Fender has posted in the Discord where you can get the same sound, like as a sound effect. It's like a YouTube clip or something too. So that's there somewhere. And if Fender shows up, we can also ask her and she could send that to you too.
Okay. And any objection to that demonstrative?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, 1312 can be published to the jury.
Dr. Hughes, do you recognize what the National Center for PTSD is?
What it is?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
And they publish the PTSD checklist for DSM-5,
That's correct.
that what we've been calling the PCL-5.
Correct.
All right. And are you familiar with the document that's on your screen?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the instruction manual to how to administer the PCL-5.
Okay. I'd like to move for the admission of 1312.
Any objection to 1312 coming into evidence? All right, 1312 in evidence.
All right. Can we go to the second page? Can we blow up the second paragraph on the right? The PCL-5 should not be used as a standalone diagnostic tool. When considering a diagnosis, the clinician will still need to use clinical interviewing skills and a recommended structured interview, e.g., the CAPS-5, to determine a diagnosis, correct? That's what the manual says.
Right, and this manual
Okay.
also says that this is a screening instrument, so when you do the clinical interviewing, you absolutely can determine diagnosis
So the
after
answer is
somebody.
yes. The manual says you
Still
the
need to use
PCL-5
clinical interviewing skills, which I used.
Well, let me finish my question. The PCL-5 should not be used as a standalone diagnostic tool, and they recommend using the CAPS-5 to determine a diagnosis, correct?
It does say that, yes.
Yeah, and you made your diagnosis before you did the CAPS-5.
I made my diagnosis doing clinical interviewing and 11 other psychological tests that supported diagnosis of PTSD and symptomatology consistent with PTSD.
Okay. You said that we should read the manual. Would you also agree with me that we need to read the directions on these tests?
Sure.
Okay. Tom, can you pull up 1309 as a demonstrative?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Any objection of 1309 as a demonstrative?
May we approach?
Okay.
Oh my God, Elaine, why? All right, well, Elaine wants to approach again. So let's take a look. Miss Puff, can you tell me where this is at and what this is, Mr. Dennison? I can tell you, I'm almost positive she'll tell you that's top of her CTS2, the one she administered to Amber Heard. Miss Puff, the top of the first page. Mr. Dennison, no, it's the instructions. Miss Puff, okay. Court, no objection. Ms. Bredoff, no objection, Your Honor. And back to open court. Oh my God, Elaine, why? Sorry, just.
Doctor, do you recognize the demonstrative that's in front of you?
Yes, but I didn't put the red lines on that.
No, I did.
Yes, I know.
Okay. So this, what do you recognize this as?
I recognize that we previously discussed this, and I told you that I oriented Ms. Hurd to a different time frame because she was already out of the relationship.
Okay, maybe we should back it up a little. This is the CTS-2 that you administered as part of this battery of tests that you indicate you did in relationship to your diagnosis.
Right, this is the conflict tactic scale too.
All right. And you'll agree with me that this test specifically asks, in front of every single question, how often did this happen in the past year?
Correct, and I
Right.
oriented
And
the
you
individual
know-
to not
I
limit
mean,
herself
it's
to the
correct.
last year to get an accurate assessment of the violence and abuse that she experienced in the relationship.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
All right. I'll move strike the last part of the answer. Strike the last part of the answer. Thank you. Next question.
Yeah, and you know that at the time that you gave this test to Ms. Hurd, she had been away from Mr. Depp for far longer than a year, correct?
Which is why I oriented her to a different
Yes or no,
time
ma'am?
frame in answering the questions.
Doctor, yes or no?
So, of course,
Okay, you knew she was gone for more than a year.
of course.
All right, let's look at another one of these. You talked about the danger, I'm sorry. You talked about the danger assessment test.
That's correct.
All right.
What number is this? 13, plaintiff's 1310.
Thank you.
Any objection to the 1310 as a
No, Your Honor.
demonstrative? Okay. You can publish to the jury.
Dr. Hughes, this is a blank form, but this is the danger assessment test that you also gave to Ms. Hurd, correct?
I didn't give it to her. I filled it out based on the data that was provided to me.
Oh, so you asked her the questions and then you filled it in.
It was somewhat collaborative.
Okay. Can we blow up the second full paragraph? It says, using the calendar, please mark the approximate dates during the past year when you were abused by your partner or ex-partner. You didn't use any calendar, did you?
I did not use a calendar because she was already out of the relationship. As I said, these are static risk factors, so they don't change. So I
But these
oriented to the
exams-
time of the relationship.
Ma'am, it's fair to say that this examination that you gave specifically indicates that that you were supposed to look over the past year. And
That's
not the
one,
language?
no, that's one administration. People use this instrument for if you're in an acute situation in a relationship, trying to get a better assessment of the current behavior.
I wish Fender
We
would.
can use it retrospectively, like I just stated, and in homicides and looking back about what are the serious risk factors that were in this
I
relationship.
didn't ask you about anything other than, don't the instructions limit this test to the previous year?
You can give this test not only on the
Nope,
previous year,
asking you about the instructions.
but I'm telling you how the test is administered in clinical practice and in
And-
forensic
and-
practice.
And opposing counsel can come up and ask questions about it. I'm asking you about the instructions. And the instructions say, look over the past year. And-
Yeah, on this, yes, that it says that.
And you had actual knowledge when you gave the test that Mr. Depp was gone way more than a year before this test.
That is correct.
Right. All right, let's look at more instructions.
Oh, boy.
Can we look at 1247, which is already in evidence? Dr. Hughes, you recognize this one too, right?
Yes,
All right, this is what everybody calls the CAPS 5.
correct.
All right, can we go to the first page? Let's blow up the instructions. Standard administration and scoring of the CAPS 5 are essential for producing reliable and valid scores and diagnostic decisions. Correct?
Correct.
And you have to do this in a standardized way because it is the first instruction, correct?
Correct.
Can we go to the next page? One more. Oh, wait, that's good. This is a page on scoring, and we talked about this last time.
Yes.
You score these tests by frequency and intensity.
Correct.
And you'll remember that in every single instance that you were asked to fill in the blank about frequency, you failed to do so, correct?
That's not correct.
Oh, you filled in any blank on this form with respect to frequency?
I filled in the frequency on the side of the caps where I am actually scoring the caps.
No, I
Where
asked
it's
you whether
relevant.
you filled in a single blank on this form with respect to frequency. Is the answer to that yes or no?
I don't know what you mean, a single blank.
All right, let's page down. Let's keep going. All right, we'll stay at this page for a second. This is the very first box you're asked to fill in.
Y'all, how lucky did
As
Dennis get getting to do?
I think it's a fairly fundamental question, right? What happened?
We talked about this before, Mr. Dennison. I had 88 pages of notes of what happened. It would have been redundant to put it there.
You know that you are obligated to produce this test in a way that other people can meaningfully review them. Yes?
The people in this case who are meaningfully reviewing them have my 88 pages of notes.
Right. But you chose to put absolutely nothing in the box, the standardized box that said what happened.
You don't have to put it in the box if you have it somewhere else. It's not
Because
a,
this
if
is
it's
not
not
a standardized test.
Well, if it's not a research instrument that is used for research, if you're using it for a clinical diagnostic purpose, no, you don't. If you have that data elsewhere.
Okay, let's go another page or so. All right. Let's go another one. All right, let's look at item 4B4. And I asked you whether you filled in the blank about frequency. And there's a blank in many of these items that asks number of times. You didn't fill a single one of them in, did you?
Right, because I filled them on the right side of the instrument where I am scoring it.
And that is the way that you believe that you followed the instructions of a standardized test.
Yes, correct.
No further questions.
Yeah.
All right, redirect.
Very briefly.
Oh, God.
You used the term static risk factor. What did you mean by that?
Static risk factors are risk factors that don't change. It's maybe if you smoke cigarettes, you may have a risk of lung cancer, right? That's a factor that doesn't change. You can look forward if someone's smoking, you can look past if someone's smoking. So these lethality risk factors are present whether you're evaluating them in the last year or 5 years ago.
And when you're trying to assess for trauma related to the interpersonal violence that we discussed, why is it important to get a time frame in which the relationship was in existence?
Well, you want to see the amount of trauma that the person experienced. The longer that they're in a relationship, you have more successive trauma. And one of the things that we know from the research is more trauma is not better. So the more successive traumas that you have, the greater likelihood that somebody's going to have psychological consequences and symptomatology as a result.
And therefore you need to get it within the relationship.
Objection leading.
And so how does that relate to needing to get the time frame in the relationship?
Well, you need to understand when you're trying to evaluate the impact of something, you want to have to understand what happened to the person. And that's sort of the core and the basis of trauma-informed care and of trauma diagnoses. You have to understand, the traumatic event and how it transpired and how it played out for that individual so that you can better assess for the symptomatology that's falling from it.
You said you had 88 pages of notes. What were in your 88? And without going into the specifics, can you just describe what was included in the 88 pages of notes?
In the 88 pages were many of the documented incidents of intimate partner
Objection, Your
violence.
Honor.
She's just describing it. That came up. He said you didn't fill those in the boxes. She said it was in my 88 pages. I'm just saying what was in your 88 pages. I'm not asking her to give each of the specific events. She can describe the summary of it.
Can we come up?
Okay.
Oh, Dr. Hughes and her notes. Okay, hold on. For a sidebar. Okay. Where did this one go? Okay, here it is. Mr. Dennison, I asked her whether she filled in a box, and we're going to get a litany of Miss Braddock. He opened the door. Mr. Dennison, are you kidding me? He wanted to say, are you fucking kidding me? Court. She said she relied on her notes, and she already testified to that, so I'll sustain the objection. Miss Braddock, all right. Back to open court. Oh, boy. Okay. It's a quickie. Quickie.
What is the difference between clinical scoring and clinical evaluation and research evaluation with respect to the CAPS-5 and the other tests?
Objection compound.
Sustained.
Your Honor, when it's compounded, it's because it might be confusing to the jury.
Sustained. Next question.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what the difference is between clinical scoring and evaluation on a test and research?
Objection, Your Honor, compound.
Overruled. Good.
Sure. So the PCL and the CAPS-5 are frequently used in research. And when they're used in research, that means the document stands alone. They don't have 88 pages of notes to help understand the background of the trauma and what the person has experienced. And why those boxes may be relevant in research is because back in the day when I was a research assistant, I had to input that into the computer. And then they would maybe look at some of that data for the research study. So that becomes very important in research.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Hughes. You can have a
Thank
seat in
you.
the courtroom or you're free to go. Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess. Our morning recess. Let's take our 15-minute recess. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay?
UI guy. Y'all ready? Y'all ready?
Yes, ma'am. Water.
Oh my God. What the fuck is wrong with her, man? Right.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. And just a reminder, you're still under oath, okay?
Of course, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, your question?
I'm here. What did you have? If there's a question or something like that that you guys didn't have, just so you know, sometimes things don't come in the chat. I've noticed it whenever I'm doing like the timestamps after the fact. Sometimes I'll be, because it plays the chat replay, and I'll be like, oh, that I didn't see that. I didn't see that. And it's just, sometimes I think that actually I've noticed other people say they don't see things too. So I don't know. But y'all, if y'all are ready, here we go.
Amber, just to orient you and the jury, at this time, we're in the rebuttal to your counterclaim against Mr. Depp. So I'm going to confine my questions to that, okay?
All right.
How have you suffered publicly as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
I am harassed, humiliated, threatened every single day. Even just walking into this courtroom, sitting here
Gross.
in front of the world, having the worst parts of my life, things that I've lived through, used to humiliate me. People want to kill me, and they tell me so every day. People want to put my baby in the microwave, and they tell me that. Johnny threatened, promised me that if I ever left him, he'd make me think of him every single day that I lived.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
All right, I'll sustain the objection as to that. If you want to ask the question.
Amber, how did Mr. Depp's statements and threats to you that you were discussing, how do those continue to manifest themselves today?
In the harassment and the humiliation, the campaign against me that's echoed every single day on social media and now in front of cameras in this room. Every single day I have to relive the trauma. My hands shake. I wake up screaming. I have to live with the trauma and the damage done to me. My friends have to live with a set of unspoken rules about how to not scare me.
Objection, hearsay.
Yes, sir.
Unspoken rules
not hearsay.
Overruled. Go ahead.
about how to not touch me, not to surprise me. My intimate partners have rules about how they can deal with me, how they can touch me. I have rules for doctors and medical professionals I see, gynecologists I see. I live my life with these sets of rules that I have to follow, my friends have to follow for me not to have a panic attack or a triggering event where I relive the trauma. Even if I'm training to do my movie, for instance, if I'm training for Aquaman, a combat scene and a trigger happens, I have a meltdown and have to deal with that. The crew I work with have to deal with that because of the damage I walk around with every single day from what I've lived through, from what I've survived. I'm not sitting in this courtroom snickering. I'm not sitting in this courtroom laughing, smiling, and making snide jokes. I'm not. This is horrible.
There it is.
This is painful. And this is humiliating for any human being.
I mean, it's first, oh my God. Every single time I pause on her, I'm like, it's better than last. What's crazy is, first of all, she's just suggested that, right? Like, it's one of those things where it's like a Freudian slip. It's like she's suggesting it because she knows that's what people are thinking, right? Like, the jury's not thinking that because the jury's not on social media. Anyway, also, though, this is insane. Her demeanor is so much worse, I feel like, this go around. What do you guys think? Like, she's just even more desperate, angry. Honestly, if I were on that jury, like, I would feel offended, man. It's really offensive, man. It's just awful.
To go through.
Yeah.
And perhaps it's easy to forget that, but I'm a human being. And even though Johnny promised that I deserve this and promised he'd do this, I don't deserve this. I want to move on.
No.
The statements,
Yeah, she's
the attacks on me, the campaign,
She is.
that Johnny has elicited millions of people to do on his behalf when he himself
Objection, Your Honor,
couldn't
lack
do
of
it.
foundation.
Torture me every day.
Speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Amber, how have the Depp Waldman statements impacted your ability to do charitable work?
Oh my God. No.
You know,
Did you cheer?
I would,
Why?
the only reason that
Why?
people like Dr. Curry can sit up here on the stand and say I'm high
Only
functioning and I do things like have hobbies and have interests. is
Objection,
because I'm not-
non-responsive.
Wow.
Your Honor, Mr. Depp gave long-winded responses
Oh,
yesterday.
Really good.
God.
It's because I found a solution to that pain.
Wow.
I woke up every morning with panic attacks and
This is not.
trauma until
Sorry. Objection non-responsive. She's supposed to be answering about charities, dude. I can't.
I realized I could do something with it. So to answer your question, Ben, it's I was able to turn the things that I've lived through, my pain, my life experiences into work, into action, into
She's just trying to compliment herself. It's disgusting. She's like, yeah, see, I'm not actually a dude.
providing a voice for other people. I'm not a saint. I'm not trying to present myself as one, as you all know, but I selfishly found relief in being able to use what I've lived through to advocate for others, to bring light to these issues, to give a voice to people who don't have the voice and the platform that I have. And while I would not wish this situation on my worst enemy, if it gives a voice to someone who doesn't have it. But I now, as I stand here today, can't have a career. I can't even have people associate with me because of the threats and the attacks that they have to endure.
Objection,
when they are.
non-responsive.
And I can't do my charity work.
Sustain the objection.
Amber, other than the threats that you've described, what other threats have you endured since the Depp Waldman statements were made?
I receive hundreds of death threats regularly, if not daily. Thousands since this trial has started. People mocking my testimony about being assaulted, making fun of my.
Objection, relevance. Non-responsive.
Goes to damages. You can continue.
It's been agonizing, painful, and the most humiliating thing I've ever had to go through. I hope no one ever has to go through something like this. I just want Johnny to leave me alone. I just want him to leave me alone. I've said that for years now, and I thought he would after
Objection,
2020.
non-responsive.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What do you hope to reclaim after this is over?
Her face, guys.
Protecting the secret that I did for as long as I did has taken enough of my voice. Johnny has taken enough of my voice. I have the right to tell my story. I have the right to say what happened to me. I have the right to my voice and my name. He took it long enough. I have a right as an American to talk about what happened to me, to own my story and my truth.
Well, not when you're lying, because then it's defamation.
I have that right.
No, I mean, here's the thing. God, every time I pause it, here's the thing. We see this in a lot of cases, right? It's the freedom of speech. TikTok psychic is a great example, right? Freedom of speech versus defamation, okay? And what Amber is finding out is like what she's saying is factually it's misstating the law is what it is. Oh boy. She looks like a upset orangutan or something, right? Or like a chimpanzee or something. Kind of crazy. You know, like at the zoo. I mean, I'm not trying to be rude, but like just that's
I
literally
hope to get my voice back. It's all I want. And I've said that from day one.
Thank you, Amber. I don't have anything else.
All right, cross-examination.
Oh my God. Wow. Y'all, the way she grabs that Kleenex, like, but doesn't use it. And it's just so, it's amazing. I mean, luckily they couldn't do it any longer because they don't have enough time. There we go. Wow.
Actually, Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes, yes.
There we go for a sidebar. Okay, Miss Vasquez. Your Honor, my cross-examination is not limited in scope to what, please let me finish. I guess Mr. Rottenborn was going to try to interrupt her. To what Ms. Hurd just testified about. It's my position that it doesn't have to be. It is cross-examination on the counterclaim, which includes the words like abuse hoax. So I feel like I'm entitled, but I did want to approach and let you know before I start getting countless objections. Now, here's the thing. I have a couple things to say about this. First of all, they are entitled to have more leeway on cross. That's the way it is. You're allowed to, cross is considered to be broader, okay? Second of all, and I mean, not like this is, she's not even arguing this, but she probably could, that Mr. Rottenborn had to keep direct super short because they don't have a lot of time. And so it would almost be unfair to them on cross to have their cross limited based on only the questions asked on direct when they limited their direct because they made bad use of their time. So anyway, let's see what he says. Mr. Rottenborn, I believe the court, it's to counterclaim. Mr. Rottenborn, I think cross-examination has to be limited to my direct. This is rebuttal, Your Honor. The court, I understand, but your direct involved the counterclaim and damages in the counterclaim, so she can go into the counterclaim. Mr. Rottenborn, she's already had her opportunity to cross her on the counterclaim. The way the case is set up is they get to put on their case. Why is he always trying to tell Judge A how it goes? Case in chief, we put on our defense to that and our case in chief on the counterclaim. She's already had a chance to cross-examine her on that. This is why it's rebuttal. Dude, Judge A, man, I would be like, get the fuck out of here. She shouldn't have a chance to retread old ground that wasn't opened up on this examination. She's already had that chance, Ms. Vasquez. I disagree, Your Honor, because this is part of our defense to the counterclaims. So to that end, I believe that I should be entitled in my court. I'm trying to remember your rebuttal yesterday of Mr. Depp, Ms. Vasquez. It was not limited in scope. Mr. Rottenborn, well, they opened the door. They questioned extensively. No, they did. They went back through a law. Australia. What Ms. Vasquez just said is this is our defense to the counterclaim. That was her cross for 2 days. That was the defense to the counterclaim and their rebuttal. Now, this is just our rebuttal. Just like Your Honor said in closings, you told me, pre-trial conference, when you get up in your last closing, it better be really limited to that. Same thing. This has to be limited to my direct examination, Your Honor. Ms. Vasquez. I disagree, Your Honor. Mr. Rottenborn. She had her chance in direct. The court, I understand your examination was damages. Ms. Vasquez, right. The court, you agree. This is about damages, how it's affected you, Mr. Rottenborn. Yeah. The court, it's all damages. Ms. Vasquez related to the counterclaims. The court, if there's a relation to the talking about, we don't have those damages because you can get into that, Mr. Rottenborn. She can't get into, Ms. Vasquez, including abuse hoax. Mr. Rottenborn can't get into evidence of whether this is a hoax or not. She had 2 days, whatever, a day and a half of cross-examination. Your Honor sustained throughout this whole trial scope objections during cross-examination. No scope. So scope is limited to Ms. Vasquez. No. The court, yes, let me understand. Mr. Rottenborn, she's had the court. Yeah, I understand. I'm trying to figure out what the scope can be. This is actually really interesting to me because, she said these things are all damages I had. Wait, sorry, let me say that better. She said these are all the damages I had. I think she's allowed to say, well, aren't your damages actually related to? So she can point to that. Ms. Vasquez, right. Mr. Rottenborn, fair. But if she's going to say, here, let's play this recording of you two. Let's talk about what happened on the island. Ms. Vasquez, this is about our rebuttal case. The court, no, it's their rebuttal. Mr. Rottenborn, it's my rebuttal case. Oh my God. Ms. Vasquez, I'm just saying my examination, the court, you have to tie the rebuttal into the damages. Right, I remember this now. That's what she decided. It has to be tied to the damages. Okay. You're saying this is about part of the damages. Well, isn't it true about this? Ms. Vasquez, right, the court. This is actually the reason there were damages and might some of the other evidence that come in. Ms. Vasquez, right, Mr. Rottenborn, what she wants to do, if she does, is say you couldn't have suffered damages because she didn't commit a hoax. And if she's getting into the facts, that's not appropriate. Ms. Vasquez, I disagree. Mr. Rottenborn, this is our rebuttal. See, she's confirming what she wants to do. She's had her chance. She's had her chance. Ms. Vasquez, I disagree. The court, we can't, I think that's supposed to say go back. We can't go back. The defense is right about that. Ms. Vasquez, how about my rebuttal case that came at, may I, please just briefly, Your Honor. So we put on a rebuttal case that's included new testimony to rebut Ms. Heard's case in chief. I believe I can ask her if certain testimony and evidence that came in rebuttal related to her counterclaims, which include the words abuse hoax, includes words like fake sexual violence. This is her case. They're interrelated. The court. Now we're just in rebuttal evidence, Ms. Vasquez, but it's related to the counterclaims, Your Honor. I believe I can cross-examine her on the counterclaim statements. The court. I understand that, but this is based on rebuttal. It's only rebuttal to her defense and damages right now. That's all. They're rebutting. In their case, they're rebutting your case as far as damages. It's hard, but it's their defense. So you put on evidence that she was damaged by whatever else issues. Ms. Vasquez, right, the court. And other occurrences so she can get into the other issues or other things that happened and affect her damages and not these statements. Mr. Rottenborn, they cannot. The court, they can't. Mr. Rottenborn, what Camille is saying is she wants to get into things like the testimony from yesterday, Beverly Leonard or TMZ. Ms. Vasquez, yes, because that relates to damages. Mr. Rottenborn, it doesn't. Oh boy. Ms. Vasquez, yes, it does. Y'all. I did not hear that, but it wouldn't surprise me, Kelly. Mr. Rottenborn, it doesn't. Ms. Vasquez, yes, it does. There are stories out there. Mr. Rottenborn, I let you finish. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have addressed her. This is rebuttal. They finished their case yesterday. My view is going into those things that they ended their case with that don't relate to the counterclaims. Those just relate to smearing Ms. Heard. That's not appropriate for either side at this point. It's certainly not appropriate for her to go into. If they want to go into you weren't damaged, the court, she did testify that these statements are the reason she was damaged. Ms. Vasquez, right. Mr. Rottenborn, the counterclaim statements, the court, the counterclaim statements. So if they want to say these weren't true, Ms. Vasquez, isn't it true that, right, or isn't it true that what damaged you wasn't the counterclaim statements, it was Beverly Leonard's testimony. It was, the other things that happened being publicized. The court, in the rebuttal, opening the damages, she did testify that I just want Johnny to leave me alone. I mean, she did testify to more than just damages, which were objected to. I didn't stop it, but she did testify to more than that. She was saying that these statements, Ms. Vasquez, and she said her testimony in this trial, Your Honor, so she opened it up, Mr. Rottenborn. And so I'm glad we're up here because Ms. Vasquez is making, wow, I forgot how spicy this one was. Ms. Vasquez is making clear she wants to go into her testimony throughout the whole trial. Ms. Heard testified on direct for a day and a half, and I don't know, Ms. Vasquez got to cross-examine her on all that. The court, this is just what we're going to do, okay? You're going to limit it to whatever evidence from your rebuttal case. Ms. Vasquez, understood. That's the only thing I intend to do. The court, we're not going to go back and rehash anything that we did before. Ms. Vasquez, correct, just in the rebuttal case. Mr. Rottenborn, even that, though, Your Honor, they rested. So they rested the court. You put her on the stand. Mr. Rottenborn, I did. You're right. But I didn't ask her about Seattle. That's totally inappropriate for them to, based on my questioning, that Ms. Vasquez gets to go ask her about what Beverly Leonard testified to or what Morgan Tremaine, the TMZ guy, testified to. The court, that affects her damages. Mr. Rottenborn, no, it doesn't. Ms. Vasquez, yes, it does. There's stories out there. She just said, Mr. Rottenborn, something that happened in 2009 is going to affect what happened in 2020. We've already been down this road. They've asked her those questions. Ms. Vasquez, not since Ms. Leonard testified. Yeah, Mr. Rottenborn, she wants to ask her about Seattle. You've already very, very carefully limited Ms. Vasquez. I'm not going to talk about a police officer or arrest. I would never do that. Mr. Rottenborn, no, you prescribed the questions she could ask and she answered them already. The court, that's fair enough. I think that's right about Seattle. Ms. Vasquez, understood, Your Honor. I will take that out. The court, so what else do you have in your rebuttal case? TMZ, I assume? Ms. Vasquez, yeah, TMZ, Hicksville. Court, that's fine. TMZ, yes. Ms. Vasquez, Hicksville. Mr. Rottenborn, because of the one guy saying that Ms. Vasquez, but the damages in the trailer, the court, the damages in the trailer. Ms. Vasquez, yes. Mr. Rottenborn, I mean, that's fine, but I still think it's inappropriate. They should have sent the jury out for this. This is a long sidebar. Ms. Vasquez, Kate Moss, the stair story that has been publicized all over the world. Mr. Rottenborn, we finished that, Your Honor. She testified it was a rumor. Kate Moss got on the stand and said that he didn't push her down the stairs. I'll allow that. Go ahead, Ms. Vasquez. Thank you, Your Honor. May 21st. So the photographs of her expert today, May 21st, I guess he was trying to interrupt her. The photographs that were taken at the exact same time, at the exact same second, Mr. Rottenborn. She asked her, Ms. Vasquez, hold on, please. She's like, no, sir. Taken at the exact same time, at the exact same second. She said she only turned on the vanity light. I feel I'm entitled to ask her about that. This is exactly why the internet, according to Mr. Depp, is questioning her testimony. The court, she did bring up the internet, Ms. Vasquez. She did, Mr. Rottenborn. No. The court, she did bring up the internet. She talked about the testimony in this case. She talked about damages from being in this case. Ms. Vasquez, Your Honor, I think it's fair game. Mr. Rottenborn. So the question, May 21st, Your Honor, May 21st is so far attenuated from what my limited, and she's had the chance to cross her. She put the two pictures in front of Ms. Heard already, Ms. Vasquez. Not with the metadata and not after the expert testified that they were different pictures. The court, I'm not going to allow the pictures. I think you're right about that, Mr. Rottenborn. You're not going to. The court, I'm not going to allow the pictures. Ms. Vasquez, so no pictures that Mr. Neumeister, the court, no. Ms. Vasquez, there's a discrepancy, Your Honor. She testified the same photograph relates to two different incidents. Mr. Rottenborn, she did not. Ms. Vasquez, yes, she did. There's a picture of a bottle of wine inside one of the penthouses. Actually, she previously testified it actually related to the May 21st incident. When she's on the stand, she tells Ms. Bredehoff and redirect that it's the same photo from a different incident. Mr. Rottenborn, she did not. Ms. Vasquez, yes, she did. And I'll show it to Ms. Heard, Your Honor. Mr. Rottenborn, she didn't. Ms. Vasquez. There are reasons that the internet, if you want to call them sleuths, bots, I don't care what you call them, people on internet and social media that she claims have damaged her career at the direction of Mr. Depp. There's a reason. It's because there's inconsistencies with her stories. The court, she did bring up social media. Mr. Rottenborn, she what? Ms. Vasquez, she did bring up social media. Mr. Rottenborn, what are the boundaries though? Then Ms. Vasquez gets to show stuff that's all going to be hearsay. She didn't bring it up in hearsay. She just referenced the threats that she got. That's very different than Ms. Vasquez having these people who are paid. Ms. Vasquez harassments, threats, calling her a liar. Mr. Rottenborn. So what does Ms. Vasquez propose to do? Show her these internet sleuths? Ms. Vasquez, no, of course not. Just the discrepancies in her stories, Your Honor, that I submit, Your Honor, that I submit is actually what's caused the damage to her career. It's not, and her PTSD. It's not the Waldman statements. Yeah, good. Well done, Camille. The court, she talked about PTSD also. Ms. Vasquez, right. It's not the Waldman statements. It's the discrepancies in her stories that people are calling her out on. Mr. Rottenborn. She's trying to use this as an end run to get in what you've asked the jury not to check for the last 6 weeks, which I know, I'm sure the court, she said. And that's the point. Amber did it. Amber did it to herself. Mr. Rottenborn, she said she got threats. Ms. Vasquez, she said a lot more than that. She said, my testimony in this case. Ooh, Mr. Rottenborn, it does not open the door to the court. It opens quite a bit, Mr. Rottenborn. It does. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Mr. Rottenborn, okay, but it doesn't open it to just an unfettered right to say all these things that are out there that are just false by people who haven't heard any of the evidence in this case. The court, then why did she bring it up? She did. So anything that's tied to damages, we're not going back to 2009. Anything that's tied to damages, Ms. Vasquez, right. I'm not going to talk about the court. I'm not going to allow her to do it. Mr. Rottenborn, I just think we have a disagreement on what's damages because Ms. Vasquez appears to be wanting to question her about the whole case. Ms. Vasquez, no. I have a few topics that were only raised in our rebuttal case. The court just raised on the rebuttal. Ms. Vasquez, my entire examination is just based on our rebuttal case. The court, we're not going to do the police officer. Ms. Vasquez, I'm not going to go to Beverly Leonard. Am I allowed to go into Kate Moss? I'm sorry, I lost track when I was, and the reason, Your Honor, is because Mr. Depp testified yesterday that he told Ms. Heard about this incident. The court, I'll allow that. I think I already did allow that. Mr. Rottenborn, thank you. Ms. Vasquez, TMZ, the court, TMZ, we're doing. Ms. Vasquez, I'm not going to go into Brian Neumeister in the pictures. May 21st, the fact and that ties into TMZ that her publicist was there, the court, that's fine. Ms. Vasquez, at the courthouse, the wine picture, like I said, that notes the discrepancy. We're all right. Ms. Vasquez, and just the people that testified in rebuttal, a brief line of questioning, 10 questions, if that. Mr. Rottenborn, do you want to repeat who those are? Hicksville, Ms. Vasquez, I'm not going to talk about Ms. Leonard. Mr. Rottenborn, Hicksville, TMZ, no issues. The court experts. Ms. Vasquez, I'm not going to talk about Brian Neumeister at your direction. The court, all right. Ms. Vasquez, okay. I had one question. This went viral, Your Honor. Isaac Brook testifying and crying and weeping about what Ms. Heard did to him and did to Mr. Depp. I think that's fair game. Oh, I forgot this part. Mr. Rottenborn, that's 5 weeks ago. The court, I'll allow that. Damages issue. Okay. I don't know how much time you have left, Mr. Rottenborn. You had 23 when you came up here. Miss Vasquez, we're splitting this time equally. Mr. Rottenborn, I will just say for the record, I think they rested their case. I think it's inappropriate to go beyond what this direct was, but maybe I'll have a couple minutes. The court, I'll find out, and Sammy will email you. Mr. Rottenborn, okay. Miss Vasquez, thank you very much, Your Honor. The court, okay. And wow, that was long, and here we go. So I'm going to jump ahead because, oh, here you go. Hold on. Sorry, who was it? Lisa, here's the answer to your question. Hold on. Let me back it up. I just saw this question here. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go, Lisa.
Actually, Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes, yes.
That might be what you're referring to, I would think. Okay. They're at Sidebar forever, probably.
Actively break her wrist.
Okay. Oh, Camille's wearing pants today.
Ms. Heard, you just testified that this case has been very hard for you. So let's talk about that and why.
Okay.
All right.
Your lies have been exposed to the world multiple times, right?
I haven't lied about anything I've been here to say.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
You sat here and told this jury that the events in Hicksville started with Mr. Depp getting really upset about a woman leaning on you. Is that correct?
Yes, that's effectively what happened, yeah.
You testified that he actually grabbed that woman's wrist and twisted it, right?
And told her that he could effectively break her wrist by saying he knew how many pounds of pressure, or asking her how many pounds of pressure it took to break a human wrist.
But your own witness, your former best friend, Rocky Pennington, she didn't corroborate that, did she?
I'm not quite sure what part of that night she saw. There were a lot of people there.
She didn't testify that Mr. Depp grabbed anyone's wrist in Hicksville.
Again, I don't know what Rocky saw. There were a lot of people there that night.
You testified that once you brought Mr. Depp back to your trailer, he trashed it, correct?
That is correct.
And the manager of the Hicksville trailer park was furious that Johnny had wrecked the whole thing. Do you remember that testimony?
That's correct.
Well, we heard from that manager of the Hicksville trailer park, Morgan Knight, on Monday, didn't we?
I'm not quite sure who that guy was or if he had any involvement in this. I know a lot of people have come out of the woodwork to be involved.
So you're accusing Mr. Knight of testifying and committing perjury?
I'm not accusing anyone. I just don't recognize that man.
You heard Mr. Knight testify that it was actually you who was upset with Mr. Depp spending time away from him. Isn't that correct?
How would he know? He wasn't there.
You heard Mr. Knight testify that it was actually you who was yelling at Mr. Depp.
Again, I've heard a lot of people say a lot of things to be involved in the Johnny Depp show, but he wasn't there. He doesn't know. And he certainly doesn't know what happened behind closed doors, like most people.
So you're calling Mr. Knight a liar?
I am saying he wasn't there, and what he testified to doesn't match what I know happened. But I don't fault him. He wasn't there, so how would he know?
He testified he was there, Ms. Heard. Did you hear that?
That's his testimony, yes.
So you're calling him a liar?
I'm just saying he wasn't there.
You heard Mr. Knight testify that the trailer wasn't trashed, and that's why you're calling him a liar.
He testified that a light fixture was broken, similar to the way that
Yes,
Johnny's
other than a light
employees
fixture. That was
testified
the
to
only
my
thing that was
closet being
broken, right?
rearranged
Ms. Heard?
and things
Ms.
like
Heard?
that.
The only thing that was broken in the trailer, according to Mr. Knight, was a light fixture. Yes or no?
I realized that he summed it up by saying a light fixture was broken, just the way his security guard summed up him trashing my closet as being rearranged.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike everything after he summed it up, that it was a light fixture. as non-responsive.
She answered the question, Your Honor.
Overruled.
In the security guard testimony, Your Honor?
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Mr. Knight also testified that he charged Mr. Depp only $62 for the damaged light fixture. You heard that, correct?
I did.
In Hicksville, you were the only one that was jealous that Mr. Depp was spending time from other people. Isn't that correct, Ms. Heard?
That is incorrect.
In Hicksville, you were the one who was upset that Mr. Depp wasn't giving you enough attention.
Incorrect again.
Ms. Heard, you told this jury that you had no idea the press was going to be at the courthouse when you got your TRO on May 27th, 2016. Do you remember that testimony?
I said I did not have anything to do with it. Yes.
No. My question again. You told this jury that you had no idea that the press was going to be outside after you got the ex-party TRO on May 27th, 2016. Do you remember that testimony?
I apologize. I must have misunderstood Ms. Vasquez. I actually had no idea whether they were going to be there or not. When I walked into the courtroom that day, it was completely quiet, still, empty. Even though I had given Johnny's team notice that I was filing the
Objection.
TRO,
Your Honor, this is not
we had no
responsive.
reason to
Move to
believe
strike.
press knew.
And Your Honor, I would also ask that you instruct the witness to please stop talking once I lodge an objection.
Your Honor, she's trying to answer the question as best she can, and Ms. Vasquez is misrepresenting to her what she testified to.
Well, I'll strike the last part as non-responsive.
Thank
Just if you could just answer the questions asked. Okay, thank you, Ms. Heard.
In fact, you testified that you were, quote, shocked when you saw press when you were leaving the courthouse. Yes?
Yes.
You weren't shocked at all, though, were you?
Incorrect. It was
You knew the press
horrifying.
would be at the courthouse, right, Ms. Heard?
No.
Well, you did bring your publicist to the courthouse with you on May 27th, 2016, didn't you?
I sure did. I'm a public figure. I brought my publicist in case it blew up. In case. And
You
I'm
actually
glad
had
I did.
alerted TMZ that you would be filing a TRO against Mr. Depp that very
No,
day,
I did
didn't
not.
you?
No, I did
The
not.
one day you didn't bother to wear makeup to cover up the mark on your face.
I did not call TMZ or any other news source or paparazzi source. No one.
Well,
I
we
never
heard
did that.
testimony from former TMZ employee Morgan Tremaine yesterday, correct?
Did I hear his testimony?
Yes.
Yes, I was here.
Yes. And you heard Mr. Tremaine's testimony that he knew to dispatch the paparazzi to the courthouse on May 27th, right?
I heard him say that he knew that, yes.
Yeah, and that he dispatched paparazzi to the courthouse to capture a picture of an alleged bruise on the right side of your face. Do you remember him saying that?
I remember him saying that.
That information must have come from your team, right, Ms. Heard?
Absolutely not. Why would I want that? What actual survivor of domestic violence wants that?
This part.
Now, the video of Mr. Depp beating up some kitchen cabinets, you admit that you took that video, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you acknowledge that the video was released online the day before you were deposed in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp in August of 2016, right?
I believe it was, yes.
But you testified that you had absolutely nothing to do with the video's release, right?
Absolutely not.
And you testified that you learned about it when you landed after flying into LA. Do you remember that testimony?
Upon touchdown is when I was alerted to the video's
You
existence
heard Mr.
online.
Tremaine testify that about this video as well yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ received the cabinet video the same day you landed at LAX. Yes?
I don't know if that's what his testimony was. I'm sorry.
You heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the cabinet video was posted 15 minutes after TMZ received it. Yes?
That's what I heard him say.
And that this could only have been possible if the video was received directly from the source. Yes?
I heard him say that. I don't know if that's true or if that's possible because
And
it
you
didn't come
heard
from me. I was
Mr.
flying.
Tremaine
So
testify.
I know that's incorrect is what I mean to say.
Another liar on the stand.
I just know that that's incorrect.
Right. And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ owns the copyright to the cabinet video, right?
That's news to me.
The cabinet video you filmed of your then husband. Yes?
The copyright ownership of that is news to me. I learned that yesterday.
It's the cabinet video that you captured of your then husband. Yes?
That is correct. I did capture that video. And
The
yes,
cabinet
that was my
video-
husband.
The same cabinet video that was released the night before you were deposed in your divorce. Yes?
That's correct.
You must have also heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the version of the cabinet video that TMZ received was incomplete compared to the video the jury saw in this trial. Did you hear that?
The video that that you have seen is complete.
Right. But the one TMZ got the day before your deposition in the divorce was incomplete.
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
He testified that at the beginning portion of the video where you set up the camera, That wasn't included in the video that TMC received.
Right.
I don't know what video TMZ
I'm talking
received.
about Mr. Tremaine's testimony, Ms. Heard. Let's just
So you're
focus on
asking me to
Mr.
repeat
Tremaine.
his testimony?
No, I'm asking you if you recall hearing him say those words to this jury.
Yes,
Under
I
oath.
heard his testimony. We all did.
And he testified at the end of the video where you can be seen smirking. I know you testified earlier that you haven't been smirking in this trial, but you sure were caught on camera smirking in that video.
I disagree with that.
Was also not included in the TMZ video.
Everyone can watch that video and you can determine whether you think it's funny to me or not.
That's because the video came from you, right, Ms. Heard?
No, it did not.
You
That
edited
video
out
did
the
not come to me.
portions.
I mean, come from me.
Ms. Heard, you edited out the portions that made you look bad before sending it to TMZ.
Oh my God.
You're very wrong about that.
So
If
that
I
only
wanted to
Mr.
leak
Depp
information, I
looked
could have
bad.
done it in a more effective way, a lot sooner and a lot more.
Because you
I
know
was
exactly
living
how to
with
do
a
that,
mountain of
right?
this evidence. If I wanted to leak it, I could have done a lot more with it.
I thought you testified earlier in this trial that you didn't know how to leak things.
I
Remember
don't.
that?
She did say that.
You edited that video before you gave it to TMZ so that only Mr. Depp would look bad. Yes?
That's absurd.
Right in the middle of your divorce proceedings.
Again, you're very wrong.
She just, dude.
I'd like to show you a picture from that's already admitted into evidence. It's Defendant's Exhibit 799. This is you at the courthouse on May 27th, 2016, when you got your domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
It is.
And next to you is a woman named Jody Gottlieb, right?
Yes.
Jody Gottlieb is your publicist.
And dear friend.
Now I'd like to show you what's been
Holy
marked as
shit,
Plaintiff's
Amber.
Exhibit 1316.
She's like, look, I still have
This is a picture of you and your friend Rocky Pennington,
Amber,
right?
not.
That is correct.
Your Honor, I'd like to move to admit this photograph.
Any objection to 1316?
You know what it is? It's because it's the only friend who hasn't left her yet. That's why. So she's like,
No, Your
look,
Honor.
I do
All right,
have a friend.
1316 in evidence, you can publish to the jury.
This is a picture of you on May 28th, 2016,
That
right, Ms. Heard?
Man.
I don't know when this was taken.
This is the day after you obtained the domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
That is insane.
I have no idea when this image was taken. I did not take it.
There's no bruise on your face in this picture, is there?
Again, I don't know when this was taken. And also I'm outside. I was obviously wearing makeup. I have no idea when this was taken. So I have no idea if I can
Let's
speak to
refresh your
what
recollection.
bruise you can see
Let's
or not.
refresh your recollection about when this picture was taken. Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1315, just for the witness? This is an article dated May 30th, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
That's what it says, yes.
And this article contains the same photograph of you and Ms. Pennington we were just looking at, yes?
Yes, I see that.
And the article is entitled, Amber Heard Smiles as She Puts Arm Around Friend One Day After Getting Restraining Order Against Johnny Depp. Is that what the title says?
I know that's what the title says, yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit and publish the article with everything but the headline and date and the photo redacted.
Objection, Your Honor. That's inconsistent from the way we've treated all of these.
I'll sustain the objection. All right, next question.
Let's take a look at picture Plaintiff's Exhibit 1317. This is also a picture of you and Ms. Pennington on May 28th, 2016, isn't it?
I don't know when this photo was taken, but it looks like the same outing as the picture prior.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 1317.
Any objection?
No, Your
All
Honor.
right, 1317 in evidence, you can publish.
There's no bruise on your face in this picture either, right?
I disagree. If it is taken when you represent it was taken, then obviously there's a bruise on my face. It's covered by makeup as per usual.
Let's zoom out of that picture for a moment, please. Thanks, Tom. That's Josh Drew in this picture, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Pennington
That is correct.
in there too?
That
Ms.
is correct.
Pennington submitted a sworn statement on your behalf in support of your domestic violence restraining order, didn't she?
I believe she did, yes.
Mr. Drew also submitted a statement in support of your domestic violence restraining order.
I believe they both did, yes. Mhm.
Ms. Heard, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 512, which is already in evidence. You've seen this photograph before, right?
I have.
On the second day of your direct testimony, you testified that this was taken in the downstairs of the main apartment on December 15th, 2015. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I believe so.
So it's your testimony that Defendant's Exhibit 512 reflects damage to Penthouse 5 that occurred during the December 15th, 2015 incident. Yes?
I'm not quite sure from what incident this is when I see this photo in a vacuum without context.
Let's give you that context.
Oh.
Can we please, thanks. I could have day 16 trial testimony. May we approach?
All right.
I thought she was approaching to show her the picture. Oh, maybe she is approaching to show the picture. Okay, never mind.
Could you please turn first to page 4585?
Sorry, one second.
Specifically starting on line 16, where it says, let's talk about December 15th, 2015.
You said 458. I'm on 4485. Sorry, you said 4585.
4585.
Pardon.
Line 16. Line 16, where it says, let's talk about December 15th, 2015. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then do you see that your testimony about December 15th, 2015 follows?
Let's see. It's just the first line or two. Yes.
Okay. Now I'd like you to turn to page 4603. Starting at line 12. 4603. Starting at line 12 and going on to page 4604, line 4.
Okay.
And do you see that you testify that Defendant's Exhibit 512, which is on the screen,
Yes,
is a picture of the downstairs of the main apartment?
that's correct.
And the main apartment is Penthouse 5 in the Eastern Columbia building, right?
No, well, depends on what, the main apartment's penthouse 3 generally when we say main apartment.
Penthouse 5 was where you had your closet?
The downstairs was kind of like had some of my painting studio set up and a reception area. Upstairs was the closet.
Got it.
Mezzanine office was in between.
All right, so it's your testimony that Defendant's Exhibit 512 reflects damage to the Penthouse 5, that occurred during the December 15th, 2015 incident, right?
I'm just not sure from which incident this is a picture of, since I'm only looking at
Even
a
though your
partial
counsel
floor.
was asking you questions about December 15th, 2015, and then admitted this picture into evidence
Again,
in relation to that incident.
Sorry, go ahead. What
In
was?
relation to that incident on December 15th, 2015. This exhibit, Defendant's Exhibit, you are the defendant, number 512, was admitted into evidence in this court. You testified that this was the result of damage that occurred on December 15th, 2015. Yes or no?
I just need to orient myself because I'm just looking at a picture of a partial
No,
picture of a
Ms. Hurd,
floor.
you didn't just
so
look
I
at a
can't.
picture. You looked at your testimony.
You pointed me towards the page and then asked me a question. I haven't actually reviewed it. I don't know if this was submitted in relation to that incident.
Let's actually leave up Defendant's 512 and please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 725, which is already in evidence
Thank
in
you.
redacted form, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You can publish.
Just side by side. You've seen this photograph as well, right?
I have.
On the third day of your direct testimony, you testified that this photograph reflected spilled wine in Penthouse 5 on May 21st, 2016, didn't you?
Again, I don't know because I'm looking at a partial picture of a floor. So unless you remove the metadata you've covered up, we could then tell. If you
I didn't
remove-
cover it up, Your Honor.
Could we unredact
Your Honor
them
did.
so we could get context?
That's how it's in evidence.
That's how it's
All
in
right,
evidence.
Next.
Oh my
Well,
God.
the metadata next to
Dear
it is so that.
Ms.
to
Hurd,
avoid this
Ms.
sort of
Hurd, there is
confusion.
no question pending, and I would appreciate it if you wouldn't be making argument to the jury.
Sorry, I
It's
thought you had
inappropriate.
asked me about it.
Good point, Kelly.
No, I didn't ask you about anything. Let's look at your direct testimony from the third day.
I wonder what Chanley Painter is doing.
Yes,
now.
ma'am.
Oh, there's Runkle. Shout out to Runkle. Love Runkle.
Thank you.
Let's turn to page 4750 in day 17 transcript.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
4750. Specifically line 16. Do you see where Ms. Bredehoff asked you to describe for the jury what took place on May 21st, 2016?
I see that.
And do you see that your testimony is reflected about May 21, 2015
Yes,
that follows? Okay.
yes.
Now let's turn to page 4804 at line 14. 4804. Starting at line 14
Yes.
through 4805, line 4.
Going to what line?
Line 4 at 4805. Do you see that you're testifying that defendant's exhibit 725, which is reflected on the right side, reflects spilled wine on the floor in Penthouse 5?
That's correct.
Okay. And defendant's exhibit 512 and 725 seem to be different versions of the same picture, don't they?
That's correct.
So which is it? Which one was taken on December 15th, 2015, or May 21st, 2016?
If you remove the redacted metadata, you can find out. It's right there.
Or if you're telling the truth, you would know.
Recognize a portion of spilled wine on a floor, and I'm supposed to know off the top of my head when you've
No.
lived through 5 years of this stuff? I don't think so. That's not how that works.
Okay. Thank you, Tom. Ms. Hurd, at the beginning of your cross-examination
Your
last
Honor, may
week,
we approach?
Yes.
Oh my God. Oh, wow. All right, what's Rottenborn going to say? Do. Looking for the sidebar, sidebar, sidebar. Sidebar time. Do. Aha, here it is. Excellent. All right. Mr. Rottenborn, the snickering from the gallery is extremely distracting. Ms. Vasquez, I actually agree with Mr. Rottenborn. That's inappropriate, Mr. Rottenborn. There's someone sitting on the aisle. I believe it's my side. The court, do you know who it is, Mr. Rottenborn? I think it's the blonde lady in the third row. And just generally speaking, it's Ms. Vasquez. I agree with Mr. Rottenborn. The court, I'm going to admonish them, Mr. Rottenborn. We can agree on that, Ms. Vasquez. Yeah, look at us getting along, court. What I'll do is admonish the gallery. Ms. Vasquez, do you want us to get back a site to be seen? The court, what I'll do is I'll admonish the gallery right now, and I'll tell them if I hear another word, I'll clear the gallery for the rest of the testimony. Ms. Vasquez, I have only like 5 minutes left, Your Honor. The court, that will take care of it, and back to open court.
All right, ladies and gentlemen in the gallery, I would ask that there be no words or no phrases, no words, no sounds at all coming from you. If I hear one more sound, I will clear the gallery and we will continue this testimony without anybody in the courtroom. Understood? Good. All right, your next question.
Ms. Heard, at the beginning of your cross-examination last week, I showed you an audio where you told Mr. Depp to tell the jury, tell the judge, tell the world that he is a victim of domestic abuse. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
And you testified you found it hard to believe that Mr. Depp would tell the world that he's a victim of domestic abuse, didn't you?
I said I find it hard to believe that he would do that knowing that he himself had beat me up for 5 years.
But he has told the world that he's your victim of domestic abuse, hasn't he?
Well, he started to say that only recently. He didn't make that claim up until very recently. So when we signed our divorce agreement and we signed a statement saying that neither party had ever said false claims for financial gain, it was relevant and important to me because I was the only one making the accusations. I was the only one making those claims. He wasn't doing that at the time, and he signed his name to it.
You didn't expect as many people to show up and testify on his behalf that did you?
Incorrect.
When you told this jury under oath that you never assaulted, actually, strike that, sorry. When you told this jury under oath that you punched Mr. Depp because you thought of Mr. Depp pushing Kate Moss down the stairs, you didn't expect Ms. Moss to agree to testify that never happened, did you?
Incorrect. I know how many people will come out of the woodwork to be in support of Johnny.
So
It
you
is
think
clear
Ms.
by this
Moss
courtroom
needs
how
to
many
come
people
out
will
of the
do that.
woodwork to testify for Mr. Depp?
Everybody who was around in the 90s and the early aughts knew that rumor. I had heard that rumor from multiple people. Of course, that's what flashed through my head when my violent husband not only swung for me, but all of a sudden swung for my sister. Of course I thought of that. I did not expect her to show up or not expect her to show up. It didn't matter. It doesn't change what I believed at the time when we were on the stairs and I thought he was going to kill my sister by pushing her down the stairs.
You told this jury under oath that Mr. Depp was aggressive and trashed a trailer in Hicksville. You didn't expect the manager of the Hicksville property, Morgan Knight, to come forward and testify that was untrue, did you?
Incorrect. I've already been through trials with this man. I know how many people will come out in support of him.
When you told this jury under oath that you had no idea that the paparazzi would be at the courthouse on May 27th, 2016, you didn't expect a TMZ employee to show up to testify that TMZ had been alerted that you would be at the courthouse and knew exactly which side of your face to take a picture of, did you?
I know how many people will come out and say whatever for him. That's his power. That's why I wrote the op-ed. I was speaking to that phenomenon. How many people will come out in support of him and will fall to his power? He is a very powerful man, and people love currying favor with powerful men.
Currying
And I know
favor
that
and
firsthand. I've
risking
lived
jail
it.
time for committing perjury?
Excuse me? I didn't hear your
You
question.
didn't hear
Excuse
my
me?
question?
Ms. Vasquez, if you do mind,
Curry-
please just repeat the question. I didn't hear you.
Curry favor and commit perjury in this courtroom
I have
for a
seen people
powerful
do this.
man?
I have seen people do this time and time again. That's why I wrote the op-ed.
You didn't expect Ben King, the house manager in Australia, to show up from England. He flew from England to testify that Mr. Depp's fingertip was found exactly where he said it would be. Did you?
I have never heard Johnny testify to knowing where his finger was, or really, frankly, making a claim that he knew where it was when it was found. I've never heard Johnny claim that.
You didn't expect
Johnny
Keenan
doesn't-
Wyatt.
Johnny has never
Ms.
actually
Heard.
said that.
Ms. Heard.
And
I think the
Ben
jury
King,
can,
yes.
Ms. Heard, there's no question pending. You didn't expect Keenan Wyatt, Mr. Depp's longtime sound technician, to show up and testify that Mr. Depp is not being fed lines through his earpieces, but instead music, did you?
Not that it matters much, but of course I did. I know how his employees treat him.
So you
I know how
probably-
his team treats him. Of course I expected that.
Okay, so you probably expected Isaac Baruch to come and testify for Mr. Depp, right?
I'm not sure I thought about that.
Yeah, but you didn't expect Mr. Baruch to weep for Mr. Depp
Oh my God.
after what you've put him through.
You know what's so crazy is like she wants to be like, yeah, of course I expect people to come out. But then when Camille's like, okay, sure. So I'll agree with you. So you expected Isaac Baruch. And then she's like, no, I didn't. It's like, dude, I cannot.
And so many others with your lies.
I
did you?
relate to Isaac because he and I are
There's
the
no
only
further
ones who have
questions, Your
cried
Honor.
on this.
Yeah.
Nothing further.
All right.
Epic. Sorry, let me
redirect.
rewind that.
As Mr. Baruch,
So epic.
I'm not sure I thought about that.
yeah, but you didn't expect Mr. Baruch to weep for Mr. Depp after what you've put him through and so many others with your lies?
I
did you?
relate to Isaac because he and I are
There's
the
no
only
further
ones who
questions, Your
cried
Honor.
on this stand.
Nothing further.
All right. Redirect.
That's so gravely wishes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Heard, if Mr. Baruch felt misled, who misled him?
Johnny, and I don't blame him. I don't blame him from crying. This is horrible.
Ms. Vasquez has suggested that you faked bruises on your face. Is that true?
Absolutely not. I didn't need to.
Did you ever fake an injury caused by Mr. Depp?
No.
Is any of the evidence of your injuries that has been put to the jury in this trial fake?
No, absolutely not.
And to the extent that there may be some confusion over when a picture of spilled wine was taken, why might that be?
Objection,
Because there's so
lack
many-
of foundation.
Overruled.
Because there's so many incidents of violence. There's so many pictures. There's so much evidence. Most people don't have this kind of evidence for years, 5 years. And when I was saying that to Johnny on the phone in that recording, I was saying for years, this has been going on. And I have pictures, we have texts, we have everything. Normally you don't get this amount of evidence.
Here it is.
That's what I was pointing out to Johnny. It would be crazy to try to challenge this in this way. It's crazy. It's easy to not know the context of a picture of spilled wine because there are so many more important details, pictures, and also so much I didn't photograph, so much I didn't have the presence. of
Objection,
mind to document.
non-responsive.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did Mr. Depp abuse you physically?
Yes,
Verbally?
yes,
Emotionally?
yes,
Psychologically?
yes.
You.
How did the threats that Mr. Depp made against you individually years ago resemble what you've endured as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Beyond the scope of cross, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Johnny promised me he would ruin me, that he'd ruin my career, he'd take my life from me. Death was the only way out. And if I got out, this is what he'd do to me. He'd make me think of him every single day. He promised me global humiliation. You saw those texts. What he couldn't do, the work of one individual, meaning Johnny, when he was inviting a disgruntled employee over for a spot of purple to fix my flabby ass up, that revenge that he sought back then was just what he could do as an individual, calling the studio to get me fired, trying to block him.
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation, speculation, hearsay,
all in
non-responsive.
I'll sustain as to non-responsive.
Ms. Heard, how did those things that you just testified to that Mr. Depp did, how did those resemble what happened to you after the Depp-Waldman counterclaim statements were made?
Well, those are
Objection, Your
just-
Honor, lack of foundation.
She's,
Overruled.
thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
those are just an echo of what I'm living through today. It's like what I'm living in right now. What you see in this courtroom is an echo. This courtroom and the other courtroom he dragged me into to do the same thing again. That's just an echo of the violence and the abuse that I suffered within our relationship. The campaigns to have me fired, the blocking me to try to ruin my career, the threats he's made to humiliate me globally are being lived out in real time in front of you, ladies and gentlemen, for the past 6 weeks and for the whole world since our camera's here.
No further questions. Thank you so much, Amber.
All right, Ms. Heard, you can have a seat next to your attorneys. If I can have the attorneys approach.
What an awkward fucking finish, right, guys? What do you think? Wow. Wow, that was awkward and weird and icky. Wow. So, you guys, I think what I'm going to do next with this is I think we're going to watch her full deposition video, which if I recall, do y'all remember how it's pretty long, right? Which of course I'm fine with, obviously, y'all know. I'm pretty sure it's quite long. But I want to watch that whole thing. That's what I think we'll do next. As far as this goes. But We do have tomorrow the next episode of the Wisconsin versus McCandless trial. And for anyone who's not familiar with that and hasn't heard of it or anything like that, there's playlists for all of the different trials I've covered. Of course, there's also a playlist for guitar, for violin, because, you know, I'm a musician. But anyway, so there's a playlist for it. And so far, there's been 2 episodes. Just like with everything else that I make, like there's really specific timestamps. So, so for anyone who's wanting to check that out, highly recommend to check out those first 2 episodes. So that way you can be caught up for tomorrow. However, if you still want to join tomorrow and you're not caught up, that's fine. Because as you guys know, I'll answer any questions. If y'all are like, hey, I don't know what's going on, but like, I just want to be here, and like, I'll answer questions. I'm sure people in chat will. Right. That's right. The Australia recording. You said, Maisha, remind me, that was on Incredibly Average, right? Thank you for reminding me. Yes, that too. Oh, I 100% agree with this, Kelly B. Yeah. I think that the notion that she was rude and maybe somewhat abusive to Whitney is spot on, and that was just, she was just using her sister to try to tell a story. So yeah, so we'll do the Australia, but the deposition, it's like 4 or 5 hours, right? And then remind me, the condensed Australia, you said it's like 20 minutes. I'm just trying to think if it would be one episode for both of them, or if we would split it up. I mean, we might need to split up the deposition anyway. If it's like, my memory is that it's quite long, but I could be getting it confused with Wendy Adelson's interrogation for some reason. I feel like I watched those like back to back for the first time I saw them or something, and it is more than 4 hours. Okay, so I was right. All right, yeah. All right, that's what I thought. Well, if you guys don't want to watch it, I know some people were requesting it, but I don't know if, you know, So Awful might mean you do want to watch it, you know. So yeah, we might split it up into 2 episodes then. So, okay, 36 minutes for the Australia. So do this, y'all, anyone who's listening, because this will be easier than me doing a YouTube poll. I guess I could still do a YouTube poll, but this will just be easier. Put a 1 in the chat if you want to do the deposition, and 2 if no. And we'll definitely do the Australia recording. Thank you, Maisha, because she says it's only 36 minutes. But yeah, put a 1 in the chat if you want to watch the depo, and 2 if no. Okay, that's what I see. I figured as much. Kathleen. I figured as much. But I don't want to ever make assumptions. But yeah, I figured awful as in like, yeah, it's a must watch. Oh, shout out to Michelle Baxter Nidovi. That is a long name. Love it. Love a new friend here. Awesome. She's been listening, and now she's like, I want to make my voice heard. Love it. Democracy at its finest, right? Everybody's saying 1 so far. Yeah, I figured as much. But always a good idea to exercise our right to vote, right, when we can. Coolio. We're happy you're here. Anyone who hasn't yet, I'll go ahead and have Nightbot put a link in the chat for the Discord, because the Discord is awesome. Let's just look at this, because this is good. So yeah, if anyone has questions about what the Discord is, let me know and I will explain it. But it's free, and it's a good way to keep in touch with everybody from the Squirrel crew. It's a good way to ask questions. It's a good way you can share links, videos. I know I end up talking about Discord, I feel like almost every episode, but I really think it's awesome, and I think it's like the way of the future. I actually really am a huge supporter of I think it's doing a lot of really cool things, and it's doing it all for free. And I love that it's not about self-promotion. I love that there's no like profiles. I love that there's no advertising. Like it's all the things that social media and like messaging systems and all that shit should be, but aren't, in my opinion. And it's all free, and there's no advertising. I mean, and I just love that there's no bullshit. So anyway, highly recommend it. It's really just a great way to communicate with people. Like, just the way you do in the live chat, right? Same thing. Except the difference is you can share pictures and videos and links and stuff. That's right, Maisha. Squirrel Crew World Tour. Woo! Yes. Anyone who wants to know where this came from and when this idea was born, go to the second episode from the Ezra McCandless series. And there is a timestamp that says something along the lines of like huge fucking tangent, and watch that section. And I think you guys will die laughing. Maisha was there. Dude, it was the best tangent of all time. Honestly, it was really great. It was really great. So, and that's when the Squirrel Crew World Tour was born. Cuckoo! Calling all squirrels. So, okay, so the people have spoken. We will definitely do the deposition. Like I said, we'll probably do 2 videos. Maybe should we do the? Okay, do you guys have a preference for the Australia recording? Should that be before or after the deposition? Maybe before, because it happened before chronologically. What do you guys think? Let me know if you guys have any thoughts on that. Like if you want to start with the Australia recording and then do the depo. Yeah, no, I mean, I couldn't agree more, Kelly. Oh yeah, we squirreled out. We did. We squirreled hard. But y'all, I'm serious believe me when I say this. If you think you know a narcissist and you think just wait, just fucking wait. Honestly, there's a lot of overlaps, y'all. This trial I keep talking about, the Ezra McCandless, there's a lot of overlaps with Amber Heard and with some of the themes in this trial. However, it's a million times worse. Honestly, it's so much worse. It's the murder version, but really it goes a lot. She goes a lot further than Amber does. But it's really, and again, it's the first time it's ever been live streamed, the full thing on YouTube. So be a part of history. Okay, before, because it's shorter in length. Okay, yeah, so we'll do that. We'll start with the Australia recording. Now, what I will say is I don't want to just like, okay, y'all know how I've used EDB. Okay, so what I will say is this. I feel differently personally about, well, okay. So like if, the only thing is I don't want to like, because Incredibly Average is like a channel, you know, and like they took the time to edit that video. I don't know. I'll have to see what my options are as far as like, just, I don't want to just use it. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I don't know if that makes any sense to you guys, but like, especially because, it's the type of thing where like we would be just listening to the whole thing and it's like I wouldn't be like doing anything to it, you know? Whereas like with like anytime that I used EDB and stuff, like obviously I did things to it, right? Like it took hours and hours and hours to edit it and chop it up with the side, you know what I mean? Like, so it's a bit different, but just play the whole thing in its entirety when they did the work. Because I guess they took the long recording, right? And then they edited it to parts where there's people talking. So I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Because I don't want to like just, you know, to take somebody else's work, especially because technically if that Australia recording in its full length is available somewhere, I have the abilities to do what they did and edit it down and not take, you know what I mean? Like I can do that. Like I have that. Actually, that's what I should just do. Is the full recording still available online somewhere? Does anybody know? But yeah, okay. So, but yeah, so tomorrow will be Ezra. And then probably what will happen is probably Saturday will be Depp be heard, and then Sunday will be Ezra again. Okay. Yeah, the thing is it actually, I don't think it would be even that difficult because the program that I use for doing all my other videos and stuff, not that this part of video. Not that this feature hasn't been that necessary, but what I can say is like it has this feature where like it sees the audio. So if there's like silence, like if there's long periods of silence, it'll show it. It's like looks like like if you imagine like the EKG heart thingies that people have, and it's like beep beep, you know, and it goes up and down. It looks like that. So when there's like literally no sound, it just flatlines. So assuming that's what we're dealing with, where it's like there's no sound at all and then there's sound, I could edit that and it would actually be really easy. It wouldn't take long at all, because you can actually just see when there's sound happening. So so I might just do that. That way I don't have to worry about having an ethical dilemma, because I don't, you know, I don't do that shit. Well, cool. So hopefully everyone will join us tomorrow for Ezra. And other things, you know, we've been covering all kinds of stuff you all already probably know, but for anyone who is new, feel free to check all the different playlists. And yeah, so I think that's it for this one though, guys. As always, thanks y'all for being here. Thanks for being awesome. Thanks for being a squirrel crew for life, yo. Thank you, Maisha. Sweet. Yeah, you can just, if you want to just put it in the Discord and tag me, that would be awesome. I need to put like a thing for like videos on there, but anyway. But yeah, if you tag me, then I'll definitely see it. So thank you so much though. But yeah, y'all are the best. Hope to see everybody tomorrow and love y'all. And I'm going to go ahead and roll the outro. See you guys next time.